let's get started. I mentioned this just a second ago, but for YouTube's sake, since this will go on YouTube, I do have a YouTube, and you can find it. It's called Video Blobby, and you can find it there. I'm gonna glance over the core set changes, and then we're gonna look at the new cards, and then we're gonna look back at the core set for a little bit and really see what's going on there. So Demon Hunter, oh my god. Rotating out these two, that means that Illidari Inquisitor is still in. The main reason that I was excited about the core set changing is that Illidari Inquisitor, I thought, wouldn't be in anymore, but I guess it's still in. So I guess I don't care about the core set anymore. Hey there, Ivanovic. Warglave's rotating out, I don't really care. I don't really care about any of these either. These are fine. Not that impactful. And a bunch of cards got buffed too. Not terribly impactful for Arena. Rotating out a bunch of crap. I mean, Raven's really good, Landscaping's good. So, like, a couple of decent aggression tools here are rotating out. What they are getting is Fandril Starnhelm. Choose one. They're really juicing the choose one. That's what their recent thing has been, coming back to choose one in Druid. Living Roots is good. I like this card a whole lot. It'd be nice to have Wrath back. Otherwise, I don't know. This feels kind of net neutral as well. I think they got better stuff than they gave away. So, but then not super different stuff. They don't have the buffs on this site. Wait. Eh? Nourish now costs 5 mana down from 6. Well, that's good. Lock and Load. Pretty fun card. Not super impactful in Arena. Nice to have around. Web Spinner, Hyena, Hatchet, and Bear Shark. So the Hatchet's going. That's interesting. Instead, you're getting Shaw, Candle Shot, Spring Paw. I think Hunter comes out very favorably here. These are much stronger than these. In fact, all the Hunter cards coming in, generally, I'd say, are quite good. Mark Shot is huge, and this is a big thing that lets Hunter compete on the big stage with other classes in a build that isn't just aggro. So it looks like, and you know, with something like Springpaw, I've talked endlessly about how I love the Ram Commander and how that, for my playstyle, is one of the most important cards. And Springpaw was the OG Ram Commander. In fact, I sometimes answer Springpaw when people ask about your favorite cards ever in the game. I love this card so much. I love the design, both visually and mechanically. Thought I just pulled my hair out? No. I do sometimes, but not like that. Man, I gotta comb this out. Yeah, so Spring Paw is huge. Candle Shot's huge. You don't take damage with Candle Shot. Another thing that really helps you in, like, mid-range or even control Hunter builds. It looks like Hunter is gonna be a contender again. Hunter's been hit with the old 1-2 punch of not having a lot of its good cards in, and also having to deal with this epic bug with spammy Arcanists everywhere, completely ruining the one thing it can do well. As I understand it, the epic bug is gone. So that's good. Yeah, an Animal Companion is great. It's a nice 3-drop. A little bit of RNG, but... Okay. Koldara Drake, Fallen Hero, Water Elemental, Mirror Entity. Water Elemental leaving. That's sad. Interesting that they're taking away some free stuff. Caligos. Lord. Oh, that's a good one. Oh, man. They're like, okay, we're getting out of this horrible Dragon Mage meta, so here's a horrible Dragon Mage going forward for the next year, so you can remember all the pain that you felt. And Pyroblast is coming back in. You can Caligos Pyroblast? Oh, no. And Blizzard too? What? These are nothing. These are so... Burn Mage is gonna be a thing. That's terrifying. Freeze you with Blizzard. Pyromaniac. Runes for additional chip damage. Pyroblast. Oh my god. It doesn't show it there, but Cal is not... Get what? That's... How's nobody reading this part of the... It's not blocked. Paladin... Mage needed this? Yeah, Mage needed this. For sure. So these are trash. I'm not really sure why they were in the core set in the first place. It seems in general like they're boosting the power of things that are in the core set, which maybe is a response to power creep. Not sure. Yeah, Ivanovic, Bronze Explorer in core is... And by the way, there it doesn't say this. Oh no, it does. Yeah. So Bronze Explorer in core set, I think, is a horrendous idea. Far worse than even Caligos in core set. It's a common card, and you're gonna be able to discover Ysera off it. So Paladin is gonna boil down to whether or not you get Bronze Explorer. And it's just not a fun thing to have to play against or deal with all the time. So, I don't know. Lots of dragons in, so we're definitely getting a new dragon expansion. Maybe, or maybe they're just shoring up their recent dragon expansion. Because we just kind of got one. Very funny, relax. Yeah, you think they based some of these decisions on the arena map? I don't know about that. Yeah, like Amber Watcher, I don't know. It feels like they're just shoring up the dragon stuff they just did. Equality's 2 mana. I think that's actually a good change. 3 mana felt a little bit much for equality these days, even though it not long ago was 4 mana. Alright, Priest. Rotating out, Natalie Celine. That's a very strong one. Shadow Form. Aw. Clergy, Light Spawn, and Temple Enforcer. So a lot of the health-based stuff is rotating out. And it looks like we're getting generation, like card generation stuff instead. I like the Draconid Operative. I'm fine with this. I'm fine with this being a thing in Priest. Part of why I was sad that Priest was so bad this meta is I never got to use Draconid Operative at all, because you just can't draft Priest. No Shire Cleric at 1 mana. Pretty interesting. Light Bomb's great. Priest is actually kind of lacking some of its typical AoE. Light Bomb in core set is a bit scary, but okay, they lost Assassin and Cultist. I'm fine with that. Instead, we get this legendary +1 on the weapon, and then Discover. They're really going in on like giving all the classes Discover tools again. Shaman loses Earth Elemental. Losing Wind Fury, I think, is a good thing, because it gets rid of like a lot of like really nasty lethals out of nowhere. And I don't think it's that fun to play with Wind Fury anyway, so I'm fine with that. Grogwa the Frog. It's pretty strong in some cases. Pretty mediocre in others. Farsight. I guess Shaman needed some card draw, so that's fair. Bloodlust is back. I wonder why. And Flame Tongue Totem. I don't know that this is a good thing for Shaman, because getting aggro Shaman to work again in Arena probably won't be that fruitful. But yeah, no more Snowfall into dying with Wind Fury. That's a good thing. So I guess they're going with like Snowfall into dying to Bloodlust instead. I don't know if that's better. Warlock. Ritual of Doom. No! Everyone's favorite ritual. Fellord leaving is interesting. They're taking out some of the good demons, actually. They're giving us back Abyssal Enforcer and Voidwalker. Voidwalker is pretty good. I like Voidwalker. Yeah, they're just switching what demons we have available to us. This might be one of the only downgrades overall, although Abyssal Enforcer is very strong. Warrior, we're losing War Cash. It's like some of the better warrior cards right now. We get Crowley, but I don't know. No, this is the real downgrade. Yeah, warrior really needed a downgrade. That's what we needed from warrior. Execute 1 mana. That's interesting. So we're losing Brightwing, Mukla, Rivendare. A lot of these are kind of low impact. Mini Mage. Yeah, we don't care too much about these. Stable hands out. I'm fine with that. Stable hand, one of those cards that is honestly more frustrating to play with a lot of the time and play against. Giant Priestess, Blade Master. These are all very low impact. Squire might be the highest impact, actually. Squire's pretty good, and I will miss it. Goodbye, Ice Rager. I am tired of seeing this shit in draft, so yeah, see ya. I'm tired of being forced into taking Ghoul. I like these. Probably good to get rid of Basilisk in the core set, too. And Gurabashi. And what are we getting? Finley's interesting. Not terribly interesting legendaries otherwise. Yeah, weird collection of legendaries there. Doomsayer, I don't mind having that around. Scoundrel, okay. Mossy Horror. Primordial Drake, Sea Giant. Life Drinker, Twilight Drake, Azure Drake. Interesting. So they're bringing back some different dragons here. And a bunch of solid curve cards, Injured Tolvier. Yeah, we're getting some nice 2-drops back again. Appreciate that. Acolyte of Pain. Okay. Alright. So this will be a 4/5 now. That makes sense, I guess, for power creep. So we have some idea here of what's coming. River Croc got destroyed. Okay. So let us move now to the next phase. The actual set review. Let's do it, y'all. Let's jump into it. Gotta bring this up. Boop, boop, boop. That's not true at all. Voyage of the Dawn Treader. What's it called? Voyage in... Voyage to the Sunken City. I got brainworms, chat. Ta-da! 2. Alright. That looks pretty good. I'm not rating this 2, though. Okay. Alright, let's see what's in store. I have not looked at most of these, I would say. So this will be pretty new to me. 1 cost, Demon Hunter, Fell Spell, Rare, Multi-Strike. Give your hero +2 attack this turn. They may attack an additional enemy minion. Okay, so you're giving your hero +2 and sort of Wind Fury. 1 mana for 2 damage is good. The downside is that your hero will take damage, of course. But you can add it to weapons, which is nice. And if you have hypothetically a weapon equipped, you play this, the weapon gets better, and you get to attack twice. But the wording is specific, right? It's not Wind Fury because you can't go phase twice. They may attack an additional enemy minion. Now, here's an ambiguity. Does that mean you have to attack a minion the first time? It seems to me like you could go face and then attack a minion based on the wording of this, but I actually don't know. So yeah, it is kind of like a 2-mana multi-shot, as Ivanovic says, but there's some complexities to how this is worded exactly, some interactions with weapons and stuff. Face and minion is fine. That's your impression? Okay. So, yeah, pretty interesting. You could use it to smork a little bit and clear the board a little bit. You could use it to wall up the board. If you get blocked by Noble, can you then go face? I would think no. I would think the order... I don't know. That's a good question. Yeah, we'll find out. We'll find out on the edge cases. 2.5 being average. I like this card. This is maybe a 3. I don't want to go too crazy on the high scores already because I feel like there's some nasty stuff in store. But like this isn't game breaking or anything. A little bit above average. 3. That seems reasonable. You're gonna use this to really good effect in the early game sometimes. But other than some crazy weapon synergies, it's not gonna be the highest impact. Oh god, oh god, oh god. I already messed up. Sorry. Oh god. We're in the druid. Going swimmingly. Okay. Wayward Sag. 2-mana 2/2 epic. And that matters now, whether it's epic or not. Naga. The new minion tag that they've been maybe they're gonna start to print some stuff for. Synergy wise. Outcast, reduce the cost of the left and rightmost cards in your hand by 1. Interesting. Some more Outcast for Demon Hunter. I don't hate that. Part of what's interesting about Demon Hunter to me is the movement that a lot of these card draws and Outcast cards allow, the way that you can move through the game. It matters until the expansion release when the epic bug will somehow return. I still haven't seen the tweet about Celestalon saying that they fixed it, but I wondered if it would just reset like it always does with the new expansion releases. I like 0 and 5 rating system better than 1 to 4. A lot of people seem to use. I'm confused why that ended up being the norm for rating cards. Did somebody really popular start doing it that way or something? I don't know. We're in a base 10 number system, so variants on base 10 seem to make sense to my mind. Anyway, it's a 2-mana 2/2, which is not great. And hand discounts can be relevant, but aren't always going to be relevant in the arena. So I'm actually a little bit cool on this card now that I think about it. Probably worth drafting in certain types of Demon Hunter. But it's a 2-mana 2/2. Is it really going to be worth it for the chance at Outcast discount? Oh man, I might rate this a 2 to match the 2-mana 2/2. And maybe I'm super underestimating what a double discount can do. But the fact that the double discount is situational also gives me pause. And you're just gonna hate to play this in any case that isn't activating the double discount. So if it's in the middle of your hand, you got, 2 big cards on the end. The idea is that you catch up by playing 2 cards early. That is definitely the idea, but is that even really that desirable in Arena? Some games you'll be able to win fast. because of that, but some games the opponent's just gonna have a nutty board clear and you're gonna be left with nothing in hand. And it happens sometimes in the arena with these builds that are about making your hand super cheap. So I got pretty mixed feelings about this one. The non-outcast form is so bad, and the outcast isn't game-winning enough to make up for it. I agree with that. Lady Sthenu, our first legendary, 3 mana, 2/4 Naga. Immune while attacking. After you cast a spell, attack the lowest health enemy. Immune while attacking. This is what goddamn Raid Boss Onyxia should have been. Maybe they learned a little bit. Immune while attacking. That's reasonable. That's like Kreen, right? Actually, this is very much like Kreen. Worse than Kreen, obviously. Kreen is busted. And this can only make itself immune. And it's a 3 mana 2/4, which is not great. But after you cast a spell, attack the lowest health enemy. It's cool that it's not a random enemy, it's lowest health, so you can kind of like target it well, especially because 2 attack's not going to do a lot unless you're always targeting the lowest health minion. I don't know, you play this, you play a cheap Demon Hunter spell like the one we just saw, the multi-strike. That's an easy way to clear a board. I actually like this card. I don't think it's busted or anything, though, because it is a 3 mana 2/4, and you need a spell in hand, and a cheap one at that. I think I will call this a 3. I do not think that this is like horribly busted or anything. And you could play this on 3 by itself just as a 2/4, and then the opponent plays a 3/4 and you get a free hit on it. That's fine too. That's above average, I would say. So like if they don't have a way to deal with it, it could be pretty annoying. Not the most powerful legendary, but certainly reasonable. Predation, 3 mana fell spell, rare. Deal 3 damage, cost 0 if you played a Naga while holding this. This doesn't seem that good. Here's some of the Naga synergy that I was sure was going to be coming. I'm not impressed. It's 3 mana, deal 3. In Demon Hunter, you like Burn. Burn is great. And I will draft this just because it's Burn. And in a pinch, even an expensive removal can be really good. But this is overpriced, and now to be fair, the cost 0 if you played a Naga while holding this is much better than cost 0 if you played a Naga last turn, right? So for the rest of the game, if you played any card with that tag, this will be 0. That makes this better than it could be, right? So let's keep that in mind. But even still, you have to draft, and you have to have played a card with that tag, which in Arena is far from guarantee. Bang Adjuster says 1.5. I will say 1.5 as well, because I think it's worse than 2. 2 is just below average. It's worse than that by a little bit. But it's still removal, and it's still burn, and therefore it's still useful when you're drafting it up against like bad neutral cards or something like that. Depends on how many and how good the neutral Naga are. Very true. And we don't know that for sure. But I imagine it won't be worth it. Abyssal Depths, 4 mana common shadow spell. Draw your 2 lowest cost minions. 4 mana, draw 2. I mean, Arcana, like this 3 mana, draw 2. You're not usually going to want your lowest cost minions. This helps with like outcast stuff, but this feels like desperation card draw. And like cheap minions aren't necessarily worse than expensive ones the way they used to be, but 4 mana for draw your 2 lowest cost minions? You have no chance of drawing a spell. You have no chance of drawing like a bigger curve card. I think 1. There's so many better draws in Demon Hunter. Like think about the Outcast draw. 2 mana for 2 cards. That could be much better cards than these will get you. Yikes. Alharon. Oh, I did want to say real quick. I want to say that the art on this is pretty nice. I like the colors on the sea person. I like the Trident coming towards us. And the little cute victim. So far, the colors are okay on this expansion. Greens and oranges. 4 mana, 5/3 rare card. Rush, Death Rattle, put a Sunken Defector on the bottom of your deck. Sunken Defector, charge after this attack, deal 5 damage to a random enemy minion. I mean, that's good, but you're not going to get it unless you get Dredge. So let's assume this is a 4 mana, 5/3 rush, which is what it is. And that's fine. Basically, we're looking at a Steel Rager. And I would rate a Steel Rager probably 2 or 2.5. There's some slight upside here, so let's call it average. It's still Rush. Rush is very useful. But I think 2.5 is reasonable given that you're almost never going to get the Sunken Defector. It's not necessarily a game-winning card if you do get it. And very rarely are you going to be value trading. But, as Intangible says, bad Rush, still very playable. Worth drafting. And it's like mediocre Rush. I wouldn't call it bad Rush. Right, this one. I like the design on this, too. I've never seen a shark with patterns like that. Glaive Shark. 4 mana, 4/3, common beast. Battlecry. If your hero attacked this turn, deal 2 damage to all enemies. What about woman enemies? Non-binary enemies? The enemies? So this is... You gotta be careful with this effect, chat, because I always get this confused, whether it's attack first or whether it's play the card first. This one is you have to attack with your hero first. But this is an extremely powerful AoE. 5 mana Consecration on a 4/3 body. Yeah, that's about right. 5 mana Consecration on a 4/3 body. Yeah, it comes out with tempo. You get an extra little damage in there from the hero power that you need to use. If you have a weapon equipped, you can play this on turn 4. I'm gonna call this a 4.5. I think it's just short of 5. I think this will be not a meta-defining card per se, but definitely a premium card that you want to look for in Demon Hunter. I look forward to playing with this. Demon Hunter hero power is just so easy. Like, the only time it becomes inconvenient is if your health is low and the opponent has a taunt out and you don't want to take damage or something like that. That's gonna get you twisted, but otherwise, very good card. I think meta-defining at common, maybe, but like Consecration's not anywhere close to meta-defining, and obviously this shark is much better than Consec, but not much better. Boneglaive. 5 mana, 5/2, Battlecry, Dredge. And to remind y'all, this is one of the new mechanics. Look at the bottom 3 cards of your deck, put one on top. So 99 times out of 100 in Arena, this is just going to be discover a card from your deck. But sometimes you'll have put something at the bottom, and you'll be pretty happy to get it. I consider that to be uncommon enough to be useless to think about. Personally. But maybe if y'all want to be ambitious with the Dredge. So this is essentially an Arcanite Reaper that lets you discover a card from your deck, which is a hell of an improvement from an Arcanite Reaper. I think this is going to be a good card. Oh, I'm sorry. Did I misunderstand? Put one on top. Oh, shit. You're right. This is much worse than that. You don't even draw it. So this is like the Warlock card then, the 2 mana 3/2, where you look at the next cards in your deck and decide which one is on top. No, that sucks. Dredge sucks. I was thinking about it wrong this whole time. How good is Arcanite Reaper? Well, I don't know either, Ivanovic, but I will say that I think Arcanite Reaper in Demon Hunter is very good. Because at least the way I like to play Demon Hunter is heavy pressure. And in weapon metas for Demon Hunter, I love sending damage face. So you get cards like Multi-Strike to make this even better. You send 7 damage face and then 7 into a minion. Oh my god, that's so good for Smork. So an Arcanite Reaper and Warrior these days is probably pretty average, mediocre. Arcanite Reaper and Demon Hunter, I think it's pretty good. But that being said, it's a lot of mana, and I'm realizing now how crappy Dredge is. So I'm actually going to call this a 2.5 as well, right down the middle. It's too expensive, but it's a lot of damage, and there's a little bit of upside from Dredge. Dredge isn't bad. It's just not that good. As far as new mechanics that they could have introduced, I think it's bad. But it's not bad in the sense of you don't want to have it. Like, you would rather Dredge than not Dredge. I want to be clear about that. I just, I don't know, maybe I'm speaking too strongly to try to drive home the point of, like, you know, people planning on getting all these Dredge synergies. Like, that, I think that's really not going to happen. For Arena, at least. Coil Scar Commander. Coil Scar Commander. I don't like that mouthfeel. 6 mana, 2/6 Epic Naga, Taunt Battlecry. If you've cast 3 spells while holding this, summon 2 copies of this. So is this going to be the Naga thing? That's going to be the archetype? Doing stuff while they're in your hand? What if the bottom 3 are bad? Well, then you should have drafted a better deck. You know, what if the bottom 3 are bad is sort of the same question as what if Ysera is in the bottom 3. I think that's kind of beside the point. Sometimes it'll happen one way, sometimes the other. I guess the point is that you don't have control over it. So it's kind of shaky. I don't know what to think about this. A lot of Demon Hunters don't have a lot of spells. If you get a Demon Hunter with a lot of spells, this could be like, I don't know. What's a comparison point? There's like a 8 mana warrior summon 3 taunts kind of like this. What am I thinking of, chat? It's a warrior card, pretty powerful for blocking up the board. Like, if you can get this active, you're playing 6 mana for 618 of stats. It's pretty good. But you gotta do a lot of work to get this active. And if you don't get it active, it's a goddamn Stegodon for 6 mana. I think this is not good. It won't be active ever. If you get the right deck for it, you know, there's a lot of, like, tempo Demon Hunter spells, like the Multi-Strike that we just saw, like the Coordinated Strike. But what are you gonna do? Keep this in your opening hand? I think this is pretty crappy. Yeah, 1 seems good to me. Draftable in outside circumstances, playable in a pinch, maybe even worse than 1. I would say it's a low 1. We'll call it a low 1. Legendary here. 7 mana, 3/6 demon. Shilag of the Abyss. Pretty guy. These look like those horrible CGI monsters in the Eternals. Terrible movie. Colossal +4. Okay, this is our first Colossal minion. At the start of your turn, increase the damage of Gelag's stalks by 1. So you play this, you get 4 of these. 2 mana, 1/2 demon. At the end of your turn, deal 1 damage to a random enemy. Oh, this is kind of interesting. This is kind of interesting. So this will get you 14 of stats for 7 mana. That's a Monkosaur. Whoa. They're not all connected, though, which could be a good thing, could be a bad thing. I like the art on the stock. It's shooting that boat. That's nice. So you're summoning 5 minions at once, and 4 of those minions have a little bit of initiative. They do 1 damage to a random enemy. That could get you lethal. It could wipe out some important stragglers on the board that you couldn't take care of. And it has this additional synergy ability of increasing the damage of the stocks by 1. I don't know what that means, though. Does that mean that they become 2/2s, or does that mean that they will deal 2 damage to a random enemy, or both? That's really ambiguous. I'm already getting mad at the language. It summons them? Yeah, it should summon them. Yeah, it spawns them. So that's slightly different than summon, I suppose. Spawn wouldn't proc summon procs. I guess that's relevant. Spawn is a new word for me, though. Not in the English language. I mean in the context of Hearthstone. Deals an extra damage. That's what I would guess too, I think. Damage equals attack. It would say attack if it increased attack. Anyway. I think this is a cool card. And it doesn't feel overpowered to me. Like, the base unit is a 3/6. That's not very strong for 7 mana. And there's a bit of a randomness factor, too. How good do I think this is? I really have no clue, y'all. Let's call this a 3.5. That feels safe to me. It could be a 4. It could even be a 4.5. Sincerely doubt it's a 5. I'm guessing a 3.5 or a 4. Oh, does not equal. That makes sense. All right, and that's Demon Hunter. Do we want to do a tier list? Can I find real quick they're always old ones. Tier maker with Demon Hunter. Okay. Yeah, so let's do a this will be F. Gotta have an F tier, right? We can skip D. We gotta have F though. Yeah, I understand, Bang. So let's rate Demon Hunter overall based on what we've seen here. Lord. Okay. I think it's very good. I mean, okay, thinking about the legendaries, they get a nice colossal minion. They get a decent little immune effect here. The spells, there's a kind of a crappy card draw, and then there's a kind of a... Oh, the spells are whiffs, huh? I mean, Multi-Strike is the good spell. Demon Hunter is often very minion-based, though. Should we do that after we've seen all the classes? No, because then I'll forget how good all of them are. No, this is how I generally do it. I don't know. What would we rate this out of 5? I think there's some good stuff, but nothing extremely busted. This is the bustedest. And I feel like we're going to be seeing better stuff later. On average, I call this very average. Maybe a little above average. Let's say 3. We'll call this 3, yeah? So we'll put it up B. High B tier. I like the Demon Hunter offerings here. But nothing really blowing me away, you know? Demon Hunter will continue to be a good arena class. I think so, too. On to Druid. Aquatic form. Oh, we got a seal here. This Angry will be excited about this. They like Seal content. They'll see every Seal movie that comes out. No, I don't know. 0 mana rare spell, Dredge. If you have the mana to play the card this turn, draw it. Like, draw a picture of it. But this sucks. This sucks. Dredge sucks. Because here's the thing about this card. It's a 0 mana discover from your deck, which is fine, but it's conditional. 0 mana put something from your deck on the top of your deck is terrible. So, like, what if you got 6 mana, you play Aquatic Form thinking you'll be able to use it, and the only card you want is like a 7 or 8 mana card? You're shit out of luck. Usually you'll be able to draw it. What about Batman Forever? Kissed by a Rose is in it, and that's sung by Seal. You make a good case, Intangible. Not gonna happen often. Yeah, this is like card draw of the crappiest kind. It's not really flashy. It's not substantial. It's conditional. You have to wait and wait and wait. If it's in your opening hand, it's so bad. I don't like this. I'll give it 1.5, and I'm feeling like that's a little bit generous, to be honest with you. Aquatic Form is a fairly easy 2 for me. It's a bit worse than the average card in your deck. A bit worse than the average card in your deck. Yeah. Although I don't think the average card in your deck is going to be a 2.5, because the nature of Arena is you're picking the best of 3 cards every time. So most cards in your deck will be above average. So that's a small point there, but I think an important one. Aquatic Form for me is really strong. Well, I can't imagine why, but if you explain it, maybe I'll start to understand. 0 mana, draw a card. It's 0 mana conditional draw a card. 0 mana sometimes draw a card unless it's the late game. Doesn't seem that good to me. Like, that's just pure cycle. I mean, you had to draw this card in order to draw another card. Why is 0 mana draw a card good? It's just like an empty spot in your deck, right? Am I thinking about this totally wrong? Like, if this card were a different card, you wouldn't need to draw a card for 0 mana because you'd already have a different card in your hand. You know what I'm saying? Well, I like it less the more I talk about it. Less cards in deck is better. Okay, but that's a very minute... I mean, this isn't Slay the Spire. But that's a true point, but I think a very minute one. It's interesting. It's an interesting card, and I might be wrong about it, and I'll be curious to see. Azharon Gardens. They really are going in on the AZS, the XHs. They're really going in the hard to pronounce cards here. 1 mana, common spell. Give all minions in your hand +1/+1. Put a Sunken Guard. Yeah, so like cards like this are why I think this is just straight up worse than like a 3/4, a 3 mana 3/4. Because you got Azharon Gardens, you're buffing the minions in your hand. Are you gonna play this first? What if you pick a card that you don't have the mana to play? Then it's on top of your deck and it doesn't help this anyway. It's yeah. Give all minions in your hand +1/+1. Put a Sunken Gardens on the bottom of your deck. What's this then? Give +1/+1 to all minions in your hand, deck, and battlefield. That's fine. I mean, it's not really worth the trouble to get it in your hand, but it's fine. So this is that Paladin card, right? The hand buff card. This makes the 0 cost spell much better, I think. That's funny because I just made an argument for why it makes it worse, but I guess I understand what you're saying. Because you can dredge early, maybe is what you're thinking. It's all so conditional because you have to have this in your hand, and you have to have this in your hand, and you have to have a bunch of minions in your hand, and you have to have the tempo in order to do all this stuff. I'm not seeing it. I'm not seeing it. So give all your minions in your hand +1/+1. That's fine. I'm gonna call this 1.5, I think. If you get a really good hand for it, totally worth it. But you're still using a whole card to get marginal buffs, like on hopefully more than like 2 cards, you know? And in Druid, you might be running out of cards in the mid to late game and you draw this and you're extremely sad. I mean, if you top deck this, it's so bad. If you're arguing that isn't every card conditional because you have to have it in your hand. Okay, let me like take a step back and explain a concept that I think is really important for Arena. No, every card is not conditional because you have to have it in your hand. But I understand what you're pushing back on. Cards that only rely on themselves to be good are so much better in Arena than cards that are conditional on other cards in order to play. So you have cards that are conditional on nothing, cards that are conditional on other cards, and cards that are conditional on game situations. Like you would never play this card in this board state, for example. Or like this card, you would never play this with an empty hand, for example. That's like a game state condition. A lot of combo or synergy cards, like what we're discussing here, if you have Asharan Gardens and Aquatic Form and a hand to use it, a lot of that stuff's really good and constructed. But terrible in Arena because even though you're drafting all these cards, getting them all in your hand at the same time in the right situation is such a long shot because you have so little control over what you're drawing and how and the order that you draw it in. So that's like a big constructed versus Arena difference, and it comes into play in a lot of these discussions. Invigorating Sermon's a great card, and that's 4 mana, and this is 1 mana. The initial thing's less of an effect. And the Sunken Gardens is insane. Invigorating Sermon. I have mixed feelings about Invigorating Sermon. It's been a while since I played with it, though. I would rate this an easy 3.5, maybe a 4. It's very interesting, because Ivanovic is a very good player, and we are completely in disagreement about these last couple of cards. Very interesting. I would bump this up to a 2, but probably not anything more than that. I don't think a 1 mana, 1/1 hand buff by itself is above average or even average in this day and age. But again, I'm very amenable to the idea that I could be wrong. I suppose if you are drafting a dredge deck and you get the proper choices in the draft, certain cards get better and worse. Absolutely. And so when I'm giving my ratings, I'm rating on basically how good it will be on average to draft and play the card. If you get the perfect dredge deck, these cards are going to shoot up, but that has nothing to do with my rating because it's going to be so hard to get a perfect dredge deck in my understanding of the mechanic that it's almost a non-factor. See what I'm saying? So I'm not rating these based on their potential. I'm rating these based on what I think is actually going to happen with these cards. Which means I have to take into account their high roll potential as well. I can't just ignore that. And I try to take that into account. But I'm also at the same time taking into account their low roll potential. And with some of these synergy-based cards, that's going to be a lot more common. Kind of take a mix into account. Yeah, exactly. You're kind of weighing the probability of high roll potential, low roll potential, and also what it's going to do on average all at the same time. All right, let's move on with the actual ratings, though. We're going to be 5 hours at this. Bottom Feeder, 1 mana, 1/3 beast, epic card. Death Rattle, add a bottom feeder to the bottom of your deck with a permanent +2/+2. I think all the words on this card are pointless and useless to me. So I'm going to pretty much ignore them. Like, not only is this, like, something that you need Dredge to do, but it's not even particularly good. So, 1 mana, 1/3 Beast. In Druid, that's pretty good. Dire Mole with unlikely upside. Yeah, this is basically a Dire Mole. I like Dire Mole. And maybe it's crazy to you that I rate this 1.5, but I'm gonna rate this 2.5. But I just think a Dire Mole in Druid is nice right now. I think it's average. You like to draft a 1 mana 1/3. The Beast is a nice tag to have. And you're gonna want to be on curve early for Druid, so this is gonna be a pretty desirable card, I think. Dozing Kelpkeeper, 1 mana 4/4 Naga, rare. Rush, starts dormant. After you've cast 5 mana worth of spells, awaken. The Naga tag is going to be so bad in Arena, isn't it? I didn't really know until this review what they were going to do with it, but... this card might be okay, actually. 1 mana 4/4 Rush, starts dormant after you've cast 5 mana worth of spells. I guess the question is how many Druid spells are 5 or more mana. I don't mind this terribly if you get a decent deck for it, but there honestly aren't a lot of spells in Druid. I mean, there's some choose one stuff. Wrath is coming back. Definitely inconsistent, and definitely only take it if you already have spells to work with it. I think you don't draft this early. Some cards, like Dragon Synergies, you do draft them early and just hope that they'll be useful later, like Netherspite Historian or the Warder. I don't think this is like that, because it's not a 5 mana 3/6. It's straight up a dead card if you don't get the spells. Kind of like an egg. So let's say you have 1 5 mana Druid spell, 2 2 manas, 2 3 manas. That's 5 spells total. That's reasonable. Will this go off? Maybe like half the time. I'm going to give this a 1.5. Tentative. It could actually be worse than this, and it could be better. But the nice thing about this is, in a way, you can just refuse to draft it if you don't already have the spells, and then it's not a problem. The worst top deck imaginable. Unless you have like a Nourish in hand that you want to use, you know? 3 mana Nature Epic. Deal 4 damage to a minion if you played a Naga while holding this. Also give your hero +4 attack this turn. Now, unlike the Demon Hunter spell, this is 3 mana, deal 4 damage, which is at least a little bit more reasonable. And if Nagas weren't so bad, I would say it's decently likely that you would play one. If you do play it, it's 3 mana, deal 4 to a minion, and then give your hero +4 attack. It's like a way worse version of that one really strong Druid card that was around last meta. The 0 mana spell is versatile for helping fill out a mana curve that you brick on. But did you pass a 3-drop to draft it? Is my question. Sometimes. Maybe it's not a helpful question, I don't know. You're gonna brick more often with that card in your deck. I don't know. Yeah, there's that 4 mana 5/4 Naga, I think. That one's fine. I think this is a solid card. I think I would call this a 2.5. I don't think you're gonna be looking to activate the combo that often, but if you get 1 or 2 Nagas in your deck, you can do it. And most of the time this might be more of a 2, but I think the edge cases make a 2.5 reasonable. Flipper Friends. A bad forbidden shaping. I think forbidden shaping is, yeah, much better. Because that's flexible. That's a flexible card. 5 mana common nature spell. Choose one. Summon a 6/6 orca with taunt, or 6/1/1 otters with rush. This is cute. It's a cute one. It's a cute one. I like this one. Look at, they're all friends. Aw. That orca's gonna eat those otters, though. And I mean, I get that there's, only so much design space on the card, but why are there only 4 otters? I guess the orca already ate 2 otters. Damn. Now this is getting sadder and sadder the more that I think about it. The orca does have spines, one for each otter that it devoured. Wait, that's exactly the same orca. John already has an emote for this? He works fast. The other 2 are behind it. Yeah, behind its stomach lining. Anyway. This card's great. I love this. 5 mana for 6/1/1 rushes is a little bit underpowered these days, thinking about the Druid 7 mana card. But it's not that far off from that Demon Hunter card. And in a pinch, you'll take it for sure. 5 mana 6/6 taunt. That's good. That's great. So baseline, this is 5 mana 6/6 taunt, with the upside that it could alternately be something to clear a really important thing from the board. And there's choose one synergies in Druid. Now we actually have a good card for those. I like this a lot. I'm actually gonna call this. This might be a little high, but I feel like I'm gonna call this a 4. Is that too high, chat? Am I high right now? Because I think the flexibility on this is really nice. And I like both versions of it. And there's an upside of choose one synergies. It just seems really good. 5 mana 6/6 taunt is nice. That's a nice thing to play on curve. I guess one downside is that sometimes there are a lot of good 5-cost cards, but we don't know if that'll be the case in this meta. Yeah, y'all like it too. I'm excited about this card. One of the first cards that I'm genuinely excited about. Yeah, I guess so, CJ. Green Thumb Gardener, 6 mana 5/5 rare Naga. Battlecry, refresh empty mana crystals equal to the cost of the most expensive spell in your hand. I don't like this class of minions for Arena. It seems like it's just going to be a pain in the ass to get any of them to be any good. This one might be okay. I'm just thinking about the mechanics in general. This one might be okay. Let's think about it. Let's say you have a 2 or 3, let's say 3-cost spell in your hand. 6 mana 5/5. You play it on turn 6. You get 3 more mana. And you can use the spell. That's good enough for me. Yeah, 2 or 3 mana is good enough for me. Not having a spell in your hand is bad. It's a 6 mana 5/5. You will play it sometimes because you'll have to. If you're good, you'll know that you have to play it. Yeah, this card into this card. Ooh, pretty sweet. Interesting card. Because it's so conditional, spells in Druid, are you willing to hold on to this card? I'm going to call this a 2.5. Right down the middle. I think it's reasonable because we're looking at a 6 mana 5/5, which is quite bad. But if you get it procced, which will be easy-ish, it's worth it. And there is the chance for insane high roll, as Ivanovic's pointing out. So for me, the high roll chance balances out the 6 mana 5/5-ness of this. So I stick it in the middle there. And it also depends on offering rates and stuff like that. But 5 mana choose one spell is like the first one that doesn't get penalized for being choose one. There are a couple others, but yeah, one of the first. Kolak. Kolake. Kolaku. Kolaku. Kolekwa. Kolak. 7 mana, 6/5, legendary, colossal, +1, immune while you control Kolak's shell. It's a beast. The shell is 5 mana, 0/8 taunt. Death battle, gain 8 armor. Interesting. That ass, though. Very interesting. So it's a 7 mana, 6/5 that gets protected by a lot of health stats. The enemy doesn't hate trading into the shell, but if they don't have a ton of stuff on the board, and that's a big if, then you're going to have a minion that can hit for immune once, maybe twice. The 8 armor from the shell is pretty good too if you're coming from behind, but you probably shouldn't play this from behind. So I guess I'm a bit ambivalent because if you're ahead on the board, you don't really need the armor and you're winning anyway. But if you're behind on the board, you do need the armor more, but the Kalak is kind of crappy. Right, exactly. If you're ahead on the board, you just win the game, which it's nice to finish a game out for sure. Flip effects, Pog. I'm thinking 3 or 3.5. I'm loath to rate this less than a 3.5 because it's colossal and it'll probably be good. I'm going to say 3.5 on this one. Yeah, 3.5 seems right, actually. It's above average. But not amazing to me, and I might be wrong. 0.8 might be a lot to get through. You know what? I guess you can't use removal spells on this, right? Because of immunity. I'm furious that they're doing more immune effects. I hate the immune effect passionately. Passionately hate it. Maybe I just hate RBO, not the effect. I don't know. I'll stay at 3.5, although this might actually be closer to a 4. Also gonna change where this is because it's weird that the triangle's behind it. Interesting one. Might be a 4.5. I could see 4.5. We'll see. You might be right. People pick Arcana Smith in Arena. True, in a pinch. Hedra the Heretic. 7 mana, 4/5 Naga. Legendary. Battlecry. For each spell you've cast while holding this, summon a minion of that spell's cost. For this to be any good, you need to have cast at least a 3-cost spell, right? And it's while holding this, it's not in the game. Something weird about this card art. I like the colors, but something weird about the staging of it. Yeah, I thought this seemed pretty weak compared to other Colossals, too. Yeah. So I don't think 4.5, but I'm not sure. This is interesting, too. I don't know. I don't know about this. There's another card that this is similar to. What was that other card? Yeah, that's the one, Phaeorus. Not exactly the same thing. Phaeorus can be amazing, but it's generally hard to work with. Generally not so good. And this is 7 mana, 4/5 if it's not working. Don't forget the Druid is also a buff class. Giving the taunt +1/+1 makes the card even scarier. For sure, but not that much scarier. Make this a 1/9. That's great. But it would be better if there were, like the Demon Hunter one, multiple bodies, right? Then it gets to be pretty sweet for a buff class. To play this and then play a buff on top of it is a relatively rare case scenario in Arena. You can do it sometimes, but you need to have 10 mana and a cheap buff at the ready. But it's a good point, Maestro. I don't know about Hedra. I'm gonna say she's a 3. I'll put her at above average. Will I, though? 7 mana, 4/5 conditional on spells having been played while you're holding her? We'll stick her at 3, but I don't know. I'm very uncertain about these cards. So draft dependent. And draw dependent. You don't want this to be sitting there like a dead card. Troll Centurion eats the shell is an excellent reason for this to be a 3.5. A 0/8 getting eaten by Troll Centurion. Oh, I'm getting shivers just thinking about it. You think 2 for Hedra? Yeah, I might be overrating that one. But we can't overthink these too much. Miracle Growth. 7 mana, common nature spell. Draw 3 cards, summon a plant with taunt and stats equal to your hand size. Finally, a large draw many cards spell that's viable, that isn't called Ultimate Infestation. Like, Sprint is trash, Nourish is trash, Smokescreen is trash. Miracle Growth? Let's say you have no cards in hand, you top deck this, you draw 3 cards, you summon a 3/3 with taunt. That's good. That's 4 mana, draw 3. Of, you know, that's good. And that's the worst case scenario for the body, right? More than likely, I don't know, let's say you have 4 cards in hand going into turn 7, you play this on turn 7, you get a bunch of value in your hand, and you summon a 7/7 taunt. Interesting. Interesting. Yeah, Druid needed some nice card draw. Very interesting. I like this one. I like this one. Because you get cards in your... Let's say you have 10 mana, you get cards, you can play something else, and you... And you get a little bit of tempo, and it has taunt as well. If it didn't have taunt, it would be different. And then there's... I think this goes really well with a lot of the other Druid stuff that we looked at here. Yeah, no, I think this is quite good. I'm tempted to give it a 4. I will instead stick it at a 3.5, because it's still very expensive, but oh god damn, it might be a 4 though. It's 7 mana, you have 4 cards in hand, you draw 3, is 7/7 taunt. 7 mana, 7/7 taunt. You know what, I'm rating it a 4. I think it's very good. Like, you would just spend 7 mana for a 7/7 taunt by itself. To get 3 cards on top of that? It's pretty dang good. As long as you're not like, yeah. As long as this isn't the only card in your hand on turn 7. And even then, it's kind of okay. Very good. Alright, and that's it for Druid. Generally not impressed. It seems like some other folks are more impressed than I am. Miracle Growth, honestly, the highlight. This is super conditional. This is kind of conditional. Like, it's very good, but kind of conditional. Conditional. Actually, this is maybe the highlight. Flipper Friends and Miracle Growth are it for me. This is fine. Completely conditional. These are all fine. I'm gonna rate Druid as a class 2. So we'll put it in C tier. You think Druid's quite strong overall? Yeah, I feel different. Yeah, I think this is a weak expansion for Druid. But an interesting one. Way better than Demon Hunter IMO. Really? I think the Demon Hunter Colossal is way better. I think Glaive Shark is better than anything in here. This is so useful. This is so useful. I just don't see much here that's useful, you know? I think this is useful. This is useful. Maybe this. Yeah. Yeah, I feel differently, and it's interesting. And it might be partially because my heart is with Demon Hunter and I hate Druid as a class. Druid's my least favorite class, so maybe that has to do with it. Like, I just don't see the potential in these cards the way that some of y'all do. And I see the potential in the Demon Hunter cards, even like this one. It seems really straightforward. I think can be really powerful in the right deck. Let's move on to Hunter, my other baby. Barbed Nuts. 1 mana, common spell. Deal 2 damage to an enemy. If you played a Naga while holding this, choose a second target. Now, this is the good version of a Naga synergy, I think. Something like this is what I was waiting for. This is the good version. Because, first of all, it's standalone good. Second of all, it's a removal / burn spell, and those sorts of spells you are often holding in your hand naturally for a very long time. A curve card you don't really want to be holding in your hand. A card that's only good if it's active, you don't really want that dead in hand. This card you can use at any moment, so it's valuable, and you don't want to use it at every moment, so it's nice to keep in your hand and be a little greedy with it a lot of the time. So if you happen to have a Naga and play it while you're holding this, awesome. Then you have 1 mana, deal 2 damage to 2 different targets. That's so good. I like this very much. And another thing that's important about this, you remember how good Arcane Shot is? It's like that with upside. And maybe you think like Arcane Shot, that's an average spell. But the fact that it can target a minion or face is the big thing. 1 mana, 2 damage to face for Hunter, that's pretty important for aggression. So yeah, it's not going to change the shape of the face of the meta or anything like that. I'm going to call it a 3, and I might be being a little generous here. It's possible that it's more of a 2.5, and I'm just super biased in terms of Hunter cards that can burn the opponent's face. Glad they're doing more multi-targeting. Yeah, it's nice. Because there's going to be Nagas that you will draft in Hunter, I'm sure. In fact, we might see one later in this little set here. If Druid is your least favorite, what's your favorite class? Probably Hunter, Alpha Chow. Back in the day, I used to love Priest. I'm pretty cool on Priest now. I've become much more of an aggressive tempo player, so Hunter's my jam. I like Demon Hunter a lot too, but yeah, Hunter's probably my favorite. 1 mana, epic spell, Urchin Spines. Ooh, Urchin Spines. I like saying that. Your spells this turn are poisonous. Oh. Okay, I'm going to gesture back towards the conversation that we already had with CJ a little while ago. About how to rate cards for Arena. Oh, interesting, Maestro. Choose a second target. Yeah, so you should be able to pick the same target. Okay, so making your spells poisonous, for example, Barbed Nuts, Awesome. You can kill a whole minion. Ooh, but you need two cards to do it. So spending 2 cards to remove 1 minion might seem strong, but then you're just out of stuff. That's no good. I think this is very bad. You know what? I'm gonna freak out. Freak out. I'm gonna call this 0.5. I just don't think this is good at all. Like, you're gonna have a few spells that are pings in your hunter deck. Or you know what this is good with? Dragonbane Shot, right? But it's kind of not good with Dragonbane Shot because you have to honorable kill to hit multiple targets with that, and if you're honorable killing, you don't need the poison. I don't like this at all. Damn. I love the name Urchin Spines. But I hate the card. It's just gonna clog up our drafts. Well, it's epic, so maybe not. Yeah, no good. 0.5, unfortunately. To have a situation where you have this and other spells in your hand, and it makes sense to use it, and you won't run out of cards afterwards, not gonna happen. Yeah, okay, Grievous Bite, right? Grievous Bite, Bolo Shot. That's when this becomes good, but still such a narrow use case. Emergency Maneuvers. 2 mana epic spell Secret. When a friendly minion dies, summon a copy of it. It's dormant for 1 turn. Ho 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 ho. Is this a Star Wars Episode 1 The Phantom Menace reference? Visual reference? I like this. Big value, big tempo sometimes. And obviously, if your board's full of like 1/2s, it's kind of crap. The thing is, when the dormant comes out, it can't attack, right? So you do have to wait a while. But that shouldn't be a problem with Hunter, honestly. And in a way, this is like playing around board clears. You got a few solid mid-range minions on the board, 3/4s, 4/5s. Throw this card down. They kill a 3/4, it just comes back 1 turn later. It's more of a problem for them to deal with. Staggering your value a little bit. And if you hit anything bigger than a 3/4, it's a huge boon to get it back. And if it's a rush minion or something, it can attack right away. I do think there are going to be a lot of board situations because you're Hunter and you're playing crappy minions where this kind of sucks. So I'm going to call it a 2.5. I'm very interested in this card and excited to experiment with it. Raj Najan. 2 mana, 2/3 legendary Naga. After you cast a spell, deal damage equal to its cost to the enemy hero. Okay, well this is nice. Unfortunately for Barbed Nets, this is a legendary, so you won't be having it in your deck that often. After you cast a spell, deal damage to its cost to the enemy hero. This is strong for Hunter. You know, worst case scenario, it's a 2 mana 2/3 with the Naga tag, which is fine. And the upside's pretty good too. I'm gonna call this a 3. Above average. You can get this down, play like a Swarm of Locusts or something. 6 damage directly to their face. That's an extra fireball's worth of damage. Cool. 3 mana common spell. Kuch's Call. Draw a Naga and a spell. Oh. Oh. I want to like it. But I don't know if I do. Hard to evaluate this one because I think a lot of the time you're not going to have a Naga and it's going to suck. But in those cases, you just won't draft it, right? So you generally only draft this once you already have the thing in your deck. Or if you have like really important spells for some reason that you really need to draw. Jeez. I'm gonna call this a 2, because it's for 3 mana to draw a minion and a spell is kind of nice. But only if you have the right tag, which is kind of dubious, so it's very hard to rate that one. Harpoon gun. Ooh, new weapon. I like the look of it. Accordion at the end there. 3 mana, 3/2 weapon, rare. After your hero attacks, dredge. If it's a beast, reduce its cost by 2. So we have that old weapon, the hunter weapon that was related to secrets. Didn't lose durability if you have a secret or something like that. 3 mana, 3/2 weapon. Totally worth it. Totally worth it. Any weapon you can get in Hunter, it's almost always going to be worth it. And Dredge is like a little bonus. In this case, I don't mind the Dredge. In fact, I quite like it. Putting something on top of your deck. Making your next draw useful. In Hunter especially, there's something to be said for that. If you need a bigger card because you're running out of stuff in hand, if you need a smaller card to do a lot of tempo real fast, if you need a burn card to do that extra final bit of damage, Dredge makes some sense here. And the beast thing is not unlikely. You throw a mountain bear on top of your deck, 5 mana mountain bear. Like you play this, you attack with it. On turn 3, turn 4, throw a 5 mana mountain bear on top of your deck, draw it, play it on turn 5. Now, what I've just described is one of those unlikely scenarios that I mentioned earlier, but without much of a downside, you can enjoy thinking about those unlikely scenarios. I'm going to call this one a 3.5. 3 mana 3/2 weapon is not the flashiest thing in the world, but it's super valuable in a Smork class, and the ability might be sneakily good. Maybe my favorite Dredge effect so far. Naga's Pride, 3 mana, rare, summon 2/2/2 lionfish. If you played a Naga while holding this, give them +1/+1. Oh, I see. Oh, but this is just that Druid card that just left the meta. 3 mana spell, summon 2/2/2 Treants. This is just that. If their 3/3 is all the better, then suddenly you have that rogue card, the 3/3 the double agent. Pretty strong. Just generally gonna assume that this is a couple of 2/2s, and that's good on curve, I'd say. 2.5, right down the middle. The bonus upside isn't spectacular or anything like that. Just solid. Acheron Saber, 4 mana, 3/3 beast, common, rush, death rattle. Put a Sunken Saber on the bottom of your deck. Okay, so remember this card up here? The Defector. This is 4 mana, 5/3 rush. Put something on the bottom of your deck. This is a 4 mana, 3/3 rush. Put something on the bottom of your deck. One of these is not nearly as good as the other. I'll let you guess which one. We should at least look at what this is, though. Rush, death rattle, summon a beast from your deck. I mean, that's a good effect, but it's not crazy. Unless you summon the Monkosaur. I don't like this. You know, we said earlier even a bad rush is worth drafting, and you will draft this sometimes. But compare this to, like, renowned performers, the Demon Hunter 3/3 rush that summons the taunts. Kind of, oh, this is really bad, actually. Ooh. 1, because it's draftable. You will take a rush sometimes against terrible cards. But I don't think you're ever going to like to see this card. Hunter is a little bit disappointing overall here. Twin Bow Terror Coil, 4 mana, 4/4 Naga, Battlecry. If you've cast a spell while holding this, your next spell casts twice. Fine. That's doable. That's totally doable. 4 mana, 4/4, not a great stat line. So I would call this below average, but is the ability enough to bump it up to 2.5? I'd call this a 2. Not the worst stat line, but you don't want to draft a 444. You'd say this is a 1. Well, call it a 2, because, like, decently likely that you're going to cast something while holding this. And if your next spell is, like, a burn spell... Like, you don't have to have this in your hand when you cast the next spell, you know? It's indefinite, which makes me think it's okay. Maybe it's a 1.5, though. Hydralodon, Colossal. 7 mana, 5/5 Beast, Legendary. Colossal +2. Battlecry, give your Hydralodon heads rush. Why is that the... Why do they not just have rush? I wonder. I see. I understand why. Because of the ability of the head. Death Rattle, if you control Hydralodon, summon 2 Hydralodon heads. That makes sense. So the initial 2 have rush, but it can't just be give them rush because you don't want each of them to have rush because that'd be just boom, 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 boom. Yeah, so this is a 5/5 summon 2 3/1 rushes, and those 3/1 rushes spawn 2 3/1s. So what's gonna happen is you're gonna play a 5/5 for 7 mana. You're going to remove a 6 health minion, and you're going to have 4 3/1s on the board. Now this is pod racing. Yeah. But main body is not immune. I don't care. It's fine. You're getting what you need out of it the moment you play it. Like, you don't need Hydralodon to survive at all after you have rushed the heads. In fact, you don't even need it to survive for that. Like, let's say you play this on an empty board. That's fine. They kill the heads, it still summons 2 3/1s. Like, it's so attack statted, too. If they were 1/3s, the heads, I would think this is more reasonable. But the fact that they're 3/1s and you remove them, and that's 6 power you're putting on board when you remove this 3/1, holy moly. I'm gonna say 5, chat. I'm gonna say this is our first 5. Yeah, exactly. It's good. I like this. Good usage of the shake. I think this is very strong. Very strong. And it doesn't feel as bad as Raid Boss Onyxia to me because there is no immune in there. This is what Raid Boss Onyxia should have been, something like this. See, they're capable of being reasonable even when they're printing busted cards. Oi, oi, oi. Stop raging about that card. It's been months. Weeks? Who knows? So, Hunter's a mixed bag, I'd say. This is our best card yet in the whole set. I'm sure there will be other comparable ones later on. This is conditional and bad. This is simply bad. This is average. This is average with an upside. Conditional and bad. Quite good, but a legendary, and not amazing. Interesting secret. Simply a bad card, and then a pretty good one, but not anything that'll blow you away. I hate to say it, but Hunter is not looking that good in this expansion. This expansion for Hunter, I mean. There's some good stuff in here, and it's not a total whiff by any means. I'm thinking... The 5 may push it to C tier. It's definitely not F. Definitely not F. Because you have this, and you have this, and even these two are, like, totally okay. Definitely not F tier. I'm thinking it's gonna be a 2, and I'm not sure if it's gonna be better or worse than Druid. Let's see. Oh, maybe a little worse. I hate to put Druid above Hunter, but it does seem like the conditional Hunter cards are less likely to be relevant in the meta. So yeah, let's toss Hunter here. Some cards I'm excited about, so I'm not too much bumming about this, but definitely not one of the better. All right, on to Mage. 2 mana, Gifts of Ashara. Rare, Arcane. Draw a card. If you played a Naga while holding this, do it again. I hate this mechanic. This expansion is not that fun to me. Conceptually. Not that fun. Problem is the Colossal is legendary, so it's not going to really have much of an effect on how good the class is. Yeah, absolutely. Which is why I didn't really rate... that's why Hunter's the bottom class so far. Because even though this is amazing, it doesn't bring up the general quality of the class enough. This sucks. I hate this. It's not fun. Just draft Nagas just for this trash to have slightly better spells. It's a 1. 2 mana, draw 1. Ugh. 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 Spell Coiler, 2 mana, 2/3, Naga, common, battle cry. If you've cast a spell while holding this, discover a spell. So this is a 2 mana, 2/3. You'll draft it just for that. This upside is worth it. And Mage has a lot of spells. I think this is good. The Nagas that you can draft that are conditional on spells are much better than the spells that you can draft that are conditional on Nagas, I think. Mage is always going to have spells around, unless you really got unlucky in the draft. Big smells, small smells, medium smells. Mage has it all. You're going to want to play this on curve sometimes, but if you don't, if you draw it later, you can hold it, play a spell, and then discover a spell. That's actually, I think, really good. Alpha Chow says solid 3.5, possibly 4. I agree with that. Discovering a spell, very strong, very strong. Because it's conditional, I'll say 3.5, but verging on 4. You love any sort of discover a spell mechanic. Trench Surveyor, 2 mana, 3/2, rare mech. Yeah, coin is a spell. That's an excellent point. You coin this out on turn 2. You're discovering, oh man, you know what? That might push it to 4 for me. Just being able to coin it on turn 1. Ooh. But maybe I'll stick with 3.5. Because you're not always going to have coin, and then you're always going to have it in opening hand, blah, blah, blah. Yeah, and if you got to play it on 2, then it serves its function. Trench Surveyor, 2 mana, 3/2. Battle Cry, Dredge. If it's a mech, draw it. So this is basically that Warlock card I mentioned earlier, the 2 mana, 3/2, that puts something on top of your deck. Which is a good card. Not amazing. I'm going to assume that what you're dredging is not going to be a mech. You're not being hopeful about what? Oh, Ivanovic isn't. Yeah. It's interesting where he and I are alternately choosing to be cynical and hopeful. 3 might be a little high for a 2 mana 3/2, but I like the upside. Volcanomancy, 2 mana, epic fire spell. Choose a minion. When it dies, deal 3 damage to all other minions. Oh. Huh. This is very interesting. This is an interesting design. So if you're behind on the board, you can play a minion, identify the minion that the opponent's going to want to use to trade into your minion, Volcanomancy it so that it wipes out the rest of their board if they do that. And then they have to awkwardly trade with other things. Or maybe you put this on a minion and then, like, fireball it and it clears the rest of their board. Or maybe you put this on a rush minion, hit into something and it clears their board. This is somewhat limited, but very interesting and powerful, I think. It's also 3 damage AoE for only 2 mana. Conditional, of course. Going to be difficult to rate accurately. I'm going to say 3.5 on this one. I like the potential here. And even if you just have a minion on the board, give it to your own minion. And you know what? Another thing you can do with it is play a big minion. Just throw Volcanomancy on it. You're only going to have 1 minion on the board. You're going to go face if you're smorking. The opponent's going to have to clear your minion. And they won't be able to take value trades because the 3 damage is going to clear their shit. Similar to an explosive sheep. I think this is several orders of magnitude better, although I understand the comparison. Does this evade silence? I think it doesn't, because consider that you can silence something that has been corrupting misted. That makes me think that you could silence this. It's still an effect that's lingering with the card, but I could be wrong. Very interesting. Ajuran Sweeper. This was me in my last job. 3 mana, 3/4, common mech. Battlecry, put a Sunken Sweeper on the bottom of your deck. Battlecry, add a 3 random mechs to your hand. Okay. Berkey, thanks for the follow. What are we rating 3 mana 3/4s these days? Are we rating them 2.5? Are we rating them 2? Volcanomancy, the kind of card I will always draft but always misplay or not see the line of play. Definitely high skill threshold. Yeah, definitely. This is just a 3 mana 3/4 to me. Probably a 2. Yeah. 2 or 2.5. I think either of those are fine for a 3 mana 3/4. Probably 2. It's nice to have a 3 mana 3/4. There is upside, but I'm going to just kind of blanket consistently underestimate the dread stuff and be generally surprised if I'm wrong. Mecha Shark. 3 mana 4/3 mech common. After you summon a mech, deal 3 damage randomly split among all enemies. 3 mana 4/3, which would be a 2. But the ability is nice. You're not gonna have a ton of mechs, although they're going for mech mage apparently. What the mech is that all about? 3 damage randomly split amongst all enemies is fine. I don't know if that's enough to bump it to 2.5. I'm still gonna call this a 2. I think. Just curve cards. Probably not gonna get the upside. Seafloor Getaway. 3 mana rare spell. Draw a mech. Reduce the cost of mechs in your hand by 1. Mech mage? Of all classes? 0.5 for this. This is even worse than the other terrible card draws we've been looking at. Because it's 3 mana, draw 1. Specifically, it's draw a mech. So you have to have mechs in your deck. And then this reduced cost of mechs in your hand by 1. I guess that counts the one that you draw, but still. Like, what? Not an arena card. Commander Savara, 4 mana, 3/5, Legendary Naga. Battlecry, if you've cast... you forget GVG so soon. Well, I wasn't playing during that. So, yeah, I guess you're right. But I still wonder why Mech Mage. Maybe because of, like, automatons? If you've cast 3 spells while holding this, add those spells back to your hand. Look, you can build a deck for this. It'll be cool. It'll be fun. It'll be interesting. It'll be hard, but it might be rewarding. But it's a 4 mana 3/5. It's a 1.5. I mean, come on. Yeah. Ivanovic says, I'm with you on the mechanics. This expansion, excited from Dredge, which I think is okay. Yeah, Dredge is okay. But none of this is interesting to me at all. It's a shame. I like the theme. But this is why when everyone was like, you gotta watch the trailer's so good. The trailer's got nice music. Like, I don't really care about that. I want the cards to be interesting. I watched the trailer for 45 seconds. I play with these cards for 1.5 million hours of my life. Spite Lash Siren, 4 mana 2/5, Epic Naga. After you play a Naga, refresh 2 mana crystals. Then switch to spell. What? Did a 9-year-old write this card? What is this? Then switch to spell. Does it mean after you play a spell, refresh 2 mana crystals? Like, we're the finest minds of Hearthstone, and like, how do you... It becomes after you play a spell. That was my guess, but how do you assume that? How do you assume based on this language? I will say, though, well-written text for a 9-year-old. I think that kid's going places. Then switch to spell. They knew it too. They knew it was bad, so they put an exclamation point after it to make it more exciting. They're like, oh, well, we'll just get them excited about something. One. I hate these cards. These suck. It's poorly written. Lazy visuals, too. Everyone's just standing around. Nothing's happening. I don't mean to be a Deborah Downer. I'm just calling it as I see it. This is the first time I'm seeing these cards. Legendary, Gaia the Tectonic. 8 mana, 5/7 mech. Colossal +2. After a friendly mech attacks, deal 1 damage to all enemies. Gaia's Drill. You'll summon 2 Gaia's Drills with Rush. 3 mana, 2/3 mechs. So you will get, presumably, 2 attacks off with 1 extra damage to all enemies. Yeah, strong. First impression, 4.5. Should have done an alternating transform like the Werewolves of Witchwood or something. Yeah, those were fun. I liked those cards. You have an 8 mana 5/7. 5/7 is a decent stat line. Obviously not good for 8 mana, but when you're getting 2 rushes, I think it's not going to be nearly as good as the Hunter fella, but the 1 damage to all enemies is pretty sweet. So whereas the Hunter fella is going to be better at pushing damage, I think this one's going to be better at just cleaning up a board, maybe? Because the Hunter, like, if they have a good way to clear it, then they can... I don't know. Yeah, this is an interesting one. And you can value trade with these drills too, and you might have other mechs on board as well. This one's only a 4 or a 3.5 to me. I could see 4. I could see 4 because the rushes themselves are a little bit weak. And you know what? Let's see. Let me think. 2, 2, 4 damage, 6, clear 6 health something, and 2 health things. I think this is going to be akin to a flame strike that leaves behind a body some of the time, which I think is quite nice. Well, there are already some other Naga cards that are more common, I think. Eh. Yeah. Okay, Mage. I'm not impressed with Mage either. Maybe someday I'll be impressed with one of these classes. But to just go through them, this is great, but it's legendary. Um, this is bad. This is bad. This is bad. This is fine, fine. Promising. Fine. Promising. Bad. So that's mostly bad. Mostly bad. It's just Naga stuff. It's card draws. Draw a mech. It's mech, Naga. Like, this is not interesting. It's not good for Arena. I think very low of this mage expansion. Volcanomancy is really cool. It's epic, though. Spell Coiler is going to be probably the most impactful of these, and it will be good. But we might have the first D on our hands. Because even this is not the best Colossal minion. I think CJ's messing with you, Alpha. Don't be sad on his behalf. I think this is going to be an F. And I'll call it like a 1, honestly. Are you still here, Mr. Bishop? I forgot. He's been hanging with us this whole time. Continue being bored by Mage, I guess. Pally, 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 pally. Holy mackerel, Batman! 1 mana, holy spell, rare, restore 2 health, repeatable this turn. New Witch's Brew. There's some use to this. There's some use to this. Clinging to life shit. Yeah, I mean, you could heal 20 health in 1 turn. Which is hilarious. Echo. Sorry, I'll adjust my sound settings. Kappa. Cap, 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 cap. Kappa, cap, 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 cap. Love the flavor, though. I'd love to try it someday. The cool thing about this is... Yeah, much more flexible Witch's Brew. This is the version of Witch's Brew that could be playable, which I'm glad that this exists, actually. Because I thought Witch's Brew was promising, but useless for most of the time. But what you can do with this is make a couple of trades, heal your minions up, and then maybe even play another card. Or you can heal your face a bunch, play a small card. Like, there's some flexibility here. Forbidden Healing's much less flexible, I think. So I'm gonna call this a 1.5, which for a card like this, I'd say is pretty good. You don't want to draft cards like this most of the time. You'd rather just have like a strong minion or like a good buff or whatever. But if you can weave this in, it's not enough value to justify its place in your deck, I would say, but it can really help your tempo in a pinch. So I'll give it like a solid 1.5. Kotori Lightblade. Like, this might be the card I like the most that I would rate that low, if that makes sense. 2 mana, 2/3 legendary. After you cast a holy spell on this, cast it again on another friendly minion. Ba-da-ba, ba-ba-ba. This is mostly a 2 mana, 2/3. Are most buffs holy spells? I don't even know. Like Blessing of Kings, that's holy, right? I think they are. The new buff, the 2-mana one, is that holy? Holy, 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 merciful and mighty, God in 3 persons, blessed Trinity. 2.5. It doubles your buffs sometimes, but you would need to have this on the board. Buff it. You need to have the buff in hand, and you need to have another thing on the board. I might have been mixing verses there, CJ. It's very possible. It's been a while. God in 3 persons. 2-mana spell, epic, radar detector. Good art. Good perspective. I like it. Something's actually happening in this. Unlike this, what's happening here? Okay. Scan the bottom 5 cards of your deck. Draw any mechs found this way. Then shuffle your... God damn it. Every time I like the card art, it's useless. Well, you get to see what the bottom 5 cards of your deck were. It's not even a 0.5. It's simply a 0. This is undraftable. Let's say you drafted 5 mechs. You still don't pick this. You still don't pick this card. It's not even play the mechs. It's just draw them. I like this art so much. Ugh, can I someone have scissors? I want to cut this out and put it on one of the other cards. Seafloor Savior. 2-mana 2/2 common mech, Battlecry Dredge. If it's a minion, give it this minion's attack and health. Okay, I can roll with this. So I'm gonna take this art, cut it out. Someone have some Elmer's glue. I'll put it right on here. Seafloor Savior, that's believable with this picture, right? Oh god, oh god, oh god. I skipped again. Okay. Yeah, no, I like this one. I'm with you, Ivanovic. If it's a minion, give it this minion's attack and health. It's worth mentioning, you can hand buff this card, and you'll be giving more stats, but most of the time, it'll be 2/2. You're playing a 2-mana 2/2. It's almost like a different version of a hand buff. Like 2-mana 2/2, give +2/+2 to something in your hand is good. And you can kind of control what it goes on. So you dredge something, you're probably not going to get like 3 spells in Paladin. You dredge something, maybe you grab a 3-drop, draw it next turn, it's a 3-mana 5/6. Pretty nice. You're taking a little tempo hit by playing this, but it's kind of like the Secret Discover card, Hydrologist. I think it'll usually be worth it. I still think Hydrologist is better. So, let's rate this one a 3? Maybe 3.5, but we're still talking about a 2-mana 2/2 here. And if you only manage to dredge like a late game card, it might not be super relevant, the buff. Like, let's say the only good minion that you would want is like a 6-drop. You make it into like an 8/8. That's, you know, and it just gets hard removed. Not always going to be relevant. But generally will be nice, I think. Azeron Mooncatcher, 3 mana, 4/2 mech, rare. Divine Shield. Ooh. Battlecry. Put a Sunken Mooncatcher on the bottom of your deck. Remember how good that one card was? The 3 mana 4/2 Spellburst. So this has Divine Shield, but it doesn't have the Spellburst. What it does have is put this at the bottom of your deck. Good. It's a good card. Very good. Goody 2 shields. Yeah, that's a one. Good 2 shields. So when you consider that an acceptable curve card is... So, what the heck is her name? Sun? The 3/1 Divine Shield? Scarlet Crusader? When you consider like that is a totally acceptable curve card, 3 mana 4/2 with Divine Shield, pretty sweet. You play this, you play the 2-drop, then you get to play 2 3 mana 6/4s with Divine Shield for 3 mana. Now that's a nice combo. And because these cards are both good on their own, and this is interesting, right? Bringing up that conversation we've been having this whole card review. Because these two cards are good to draft on their own, and you might even draft multiple of them, it becomes increasingly likely that you will pull off that combo that you described, Ivanovic. Still unlikely, but increasingly likely. Much more likely than if one of these components has to be a card that by itself is bad or below average. I could see you loading up on like 3 of these, 2 of these, and then you're pulling that combo off. I believe in that. Did I rate this yet? I don't remember. I think I didn't. Three. It was 3 or 2.5 for me. I really like the 3 mana 4/2 Divine Shield stat line. I think it's good. Shimmering Sunfish, 3 mana 2/5 rare beast. Battlecry. If you're holding a holy spell, gain Taunt and Divine Shield. 3 mana 2/5 is an acceptable stat line. In fact, it's a little bit less common of a stat line, which I think makes it better because people like don't always play around it as much, or maybe it gives you some flexibility in hand for different scenarios, better than having 2, 3, 4s. As for whether you're going to be holding a holy spell, decent amount of the time, probably. More likely to proc this than to proc that 4 mana 3/5 if you played an elemental last turn. Taunt and Divine Shield at the same time, pretty strong. I will call this a 2.5, right down the middle. Stat line is fine, and you'll occasionally get the upside. 4 mana 4/4 mech common Bubblebot. Okay, this is pretty good. Pretty good art design. Battlecry, give your other mechs Divine Shield and Taunt. Divine Shield and Taunt is a very big swing. But having to have other mechs on the board is a steep price. And otherwise, this is a 4 mana 4/4. I don't really know how many mechs you're going to have in Paladin. You might be able to land this on one mech a decent amount of the time. Two. To be generous, I would say 2. 4 mana 4/4 as far as bad stat lines go is not the worst. It still has 4 power and can have some value trades. but yeah. Immortalized in Stone. Interesting. 7 mana common holy spell. Summon a 1/2, 2/4, and 4/8 elemental with taunt. I kind of love this. This is cool. I love the idea of this card. Like a field of statues blocking damage. 3 different bodies. One of them's a 4/8, which is quite nice. And even looking at the cost of the cards, what you're getting is 9 mana of minions. And like, this is averagely statted. This is averagely statted. This is generously statted. I think this one's cool. I'm going to say 4.5. 3 different taunt bodies. It looks like the name of the game for Paladin is actually going to be Survival. Because they have Hold the Bridge, as CJ mentioned earlier. They have these Taunt Divine Shield synergies. They have that card that heals for 1,000,000. And now you have this that just puts a crap ton of taunts out there. It's interesting because Paladin usually isn't necessarily about survival per se. Usually Paladin's the aggressor. Very interesting. Hard to see Paladin not being the best class at this rate. I mean, with the Bronze Explorer alone being in. The Leviathan. Another 7 mana 4/5 legendary. Mech. Colossal +1. Rush Divine Shield after this attacks Dredge. So what is this then? Leviathan's Claw. 3 mana 4/2. Rush Divine Shield after this attacks draw card. Okay, alright. I see. It looks like Paladin is also going to be the most likely class to make Dredge work. From what I'm seeing so far. 2 Rush Divine Shield cards here, which is very strong. So basically you're going to clear something up to 8 health points. And then you're going to be left with 8/7 of stats on the board. And you will have dredged, and you will have drawn that card. Whew. Oh, oops. I guess that was still there. This is also 4.5, I think. Don't think it's a 5. But you could make an argument, but I don't think so. But you could, but I don't think so. It's not sticky enough, you know, but it's quite good. More. The Garden's Grace, 10 mana epic holy spell. Give a minion +5/+5 and Divine Shield. Cost 1 less for each mana you spent on holy spells this game. So if you've played like a couple of buffs, this is gonna be like 3 mana. Ooh, I don't know how good this is gonna be, but it's promising. And this is on that statue theme as well. Wait, is this a holy spell? It is. $10 mana. 10 mana, play Immortalized in Stone, then play Garden's Grace. Some games you won't have spent any mana on those holy spells. This will be 10 mana for +5/+5 and Divine Shield, which you will sometimes still want to do, even though it's not great. I'm gonna call this a 4. I don't feel confident about this rating. I think it could actually be better. But this is gonna be so tilting to play against. Some games it's just gonna, it's gonna ream you. Oh my god. Not in a pleasant way. Like, it'll be 0 mana sometimes. Oy. Paladin. I am finally impressed. Not with you. So this is okay. This is good. Trash. Quite good. Good in tandem with each other. Okay and promising. Wow. Hi, buddy. want to sit up here? You want to come say hi? Yeah. Oh, here you go. Hello, Mr. Simon. Hello. You want to talk to chat? Might be 3.5 as it's not something you'll always want to draft slash be inconsistent. But damn, imagine discovering it after you've already played Holy Spells. I could imagine a 3.5. I'm gonna stick with 4. We got double kitty in here. I told you everyone's traveling today, so the cats are lonesome. Anyway. Yeah, this is conditional. This is quite good. This is very good, and this is very good too. So I'm a little torn. I'm gonna say this expansion is like a war for Paladin. And I was pretty close to... I don't think it's S tier. I think it's A tier. I think it's a solid A. Because there are too many cards in here that aren't necessarily that useful to make it S tier. But it's close. Let's move to Priest. Illuminate. 0 mana, common holy, dredge. If it's a spell, reduce its cost by 3. This is worse than the druid one. I just don't... I don't know. What if you don't dredge a spell? I think it's quite bad. Yeah, you don't draw it, even in some cases. You never draw it. I think that's a 0.5. Let's not think about it anymore. 0 mana, 1/1, legendary Naga, Priestess, Voyage. Battlecry, refresh an empty mana crystal for each spell you've cast this turn. 0 mana, 1/1, gang. An empty mana crystal for each spell you've cast this turn? This is not a good card. So you cast 2 spells, you get 2 mana crystals. You spend 8 mana on 2 spells, you play a 0 mana 1/1, you get 2 more mana. And that's in a good case scenario. I think this is a 1. I was expecting this to be much better when I was like, oh, 0 mana 1/1, what's the strong ability gonna be? But I don't think so, man. I don't know. Maybe if you have that Paladin card and you heal a million times and then you play this. But you don't have the Paladin card, you're a priest. Serpent Wig, 1 mana epic spell. Give a minion +1/+1. If you played a Naga while holding this, add a Serpent Wig to your hand. Oh. So it's trash. You know what, guys? I bet that's a combo card for Constructed. Just a thought. You don't even really want to take time to spend 1 mana to give +1/+1. This is a 1 as well. Pickable, I guess, if you're in an emergency. Everything's so cheap. Whispers of the Deep. Now I understand why they printed the Priestess, I guess, because they're doing cheap spells. This art is good. The card better be good. 1 mana, rare shadow. Silence a friendly minion, then deal damage equal to its attack randomly split among all enemy minions. Okay, you have a Boulder Fist Ogre on the board. You play this. 1 mana, deal 6 damage among enemy minions. That's good. But how often do you have a big minion that you don't want to silence. I mean, that you do want to silence. So I don't know. 1 mana. So, okay, you put it on a 3/4. You're essentially doing arcane missiles. Except it doesn't go face, which in some cases is bad, in some cases is good. It's usually good, because you can usually clear boards more efficiently. You can get rid of freeze. That could be important. Get rid of a freeze effect. Or a debuff. If someone debuffs you with like an Aldor. That shit happens. I'm gonna be agnostic about this one and call it a 2.5. Because I can see the use. I can see the use. Sort of like that squid can see this man. But I don't know if it'll be consistent. I love the art, though. I love the art. Maybe my favorite art yet. Queen's God. 2 mana, 2/3 Naga, common. Battlecry, gain +1/+1 for each spell you've cast this turn. It's a 2 mana, 2/3. Sometimes you'll play it as a 3/4. That's what it looks like to me. And that's cool. I'll give it a 2.5 for the upside. I think it's worth that. Better than a 2. Handmaiden. Is this Elden Ring? 3 mana, 3/2 rare Naga. If you've cast 3 spells while holding this, draw 3 cards. No, 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 no. No, it's not good. Too conditional. Too conditional. What if you haven't found 3 spells yet? Well, you can draw them. Well, how are you going to draw them? You haven't found 3 spells yet. And you're just going to hold this in your hand the whole game? You know what? It might be worse than 1. I'll leave it at 1, because in a spell-heavy deck, you might be able to make it work, but it might be a 0.5. Switcheroo. Okay. There's that whale again. 3 mana common spell, draw 2 minions, swap their stats. Troll card? Arcane Intellect with fuckery? I'm down. If I'm really evaluating how good it is, let's be real, it's a 2. It's a 2 because Arcane Intellect is not an amazing card. It gets the job done, but it's old. It's been power crept. And this doesn't draw spells. But you could have a fun deck with this and do some nonsense. I think you draft this if the other picks are bad. This is much better than 2. What would you rate Arcane Intellect? Out of curiosity. Because I don't know if I could say that I believe swap their stats to be, on average, a good thing or not. I'd rate Arcane Intellect a 2. Okay, so what makes this much better than 2? So what about this is much better than Arcane Intellect? Because I would say swap their stats, on average, might be better, but draw 2 minions, on average, is probably worse. This can high roll games. Okay. Guess we'll see. You're likely to make 1 good minion and 1 bad when you swap. Right, which to me seems most of the time to be net neutral. And I don't know that just having, as Jazz says, you can make a 2-mana 5/6 and a 6-mana 2/3. I don't know that just having a 2-mana 5/6 is actually that impactful by the time you would have used this card in the game. You're talking like verging on late game by the time you use this. Is a 2-mana 5/6 that good in late game? I mean, better than a 2-mana 2/3, yeah, but I don't see how this would be much better than Arcane Intellect. Some games you'll get a 1-mana Deathwing and you'll win. Sure. Yeah. Actually, it's probably only a little better than AI. I changed my mind. Yeah. So we're all learning together. Isn't that right, Mr. Bishop? Mr. Bishop? He changed his mind too. That's illegal. You are unethical if you change your mind, because the only people who are allowed to speak in the discourse are those who were born knowing the right thing to say and have never changed their mind since. Don't you know? Don't you know? Yeah, not the mana cost. Just the stats. Azuron Ritual, 4-mana rare spell. Silence a minion and summon a copy of it. Put a Sunken Ritual on the bottom of your deck. So we're just reprinting Molten Molt now? 4 mana, silence a minion, and summon 2 copies of it. Molten Reflection. Except you can do this on your opponent's minions, so that's good. That's good, right? That makes it nice. Silence an opponent's minion, summon a copy of it. That's pretty good. That's actually much better. 4 mana, summon a potentially big minion. Even silence could be useful. Summon a copy of it for them. Isn't it for you? Or what? How does that work? Is the thing you summon also silenced? I would guess not, but I don't know. It's just 2 copies rather than 1. It's for you. Okay, all right. I had a moment of uncertainty there. I call this a 3. You think it would also be silenced? Okay, that makes sense, because it's a copy of it. Although, the ordering... Yeah, I guess you would silence it and then you copy it. I mean, yeah, a 3 seems reasonable. Sometimes you'll get a big chunky minion. Other times, you'll make a minion worse and get the worst version of it. Blackwater Behemoth, 8 mana, 8/10 beast. Legendary, colossal, +1. Lifesteal, Behemoth's lore. 2 mana, 1/4 at the end of your turn. Force a random enemy minion to attack the Blackwater Behemoth. Oh, man. Interesting. So most of the colossal minions take hits on the stat on the main body in order to... Bye. He just did a really cute stretch. Springboard off my crotch. You can just crawl down, you know. You don't have to be a spaz. You auto get the lifesteal unless opponent's board is empty. Yeah, that makes this kind of crazy. Like, because Priest... I was talking earlier about how Paladin isn't typically built to be a survival class, but Priest is absolutely a survival class. That's most of what it is. So, you know, to be able to get 8 healing and put this huge body on the board and control... Like if this is not useful for you anymore, making a random enemy minion attack it, you just trade this one in, right? I'm gonna call this a 4 rather than anything higher than that because it's mostly just a big body. Now, if you're dying, the lifesteal is the most useful thing in the world, but you're not always going to be dying. And sometimes this is mostly just going to be like a big body that they can remove. But it's got some initiative in the form of the auto attack, and I like that a lot. Whirlpool. I did see this card. Yeah. 9 mana nature spell, epic. Destroy all minions and all copies of them, wherever they are. So, like, basically, the first time when the new meta drops, the first time someone plays Whirlpool, let's say they kill, a handful of minions, it will destroy all copies of them in everyone's deck. And then we won't be able to use those minions the whole rest of the meta. Second time someone plays Whirlpool, it's going to kill even more minions and all copies of them. I bet by the end of the first day, we won't be able to draft any minions anymore. This is going to be like the Thanos snap of Arena. Day 1 is over. Only spells left in the arena. In the whole game of Hearthstone. That doesn't sound very fun. 0. 0 for the fun factor. I'm gonna miss playing with minions. Maybe we could all just agree to never play Whirlpool. But then some asshole's gonna play it and... Anyone aware of the cards will have that part of their brain fizzled. There'll be an epidemic of aneurysms. Well, maybe that'll be okay. If all of us just think after Whirlpool gets played like 15 times, if all of us just think that there's never been minions in Hearthstone, there's only been spells, then I guess we would probably be comfortable with living our lives going forward like that. Some existential questions this is offering. In all seriousness, this is a little bit of, I would say, a worse version of the other priest spell that does this, Plague of Death, because Plague of Death silences, and this doesn't. This has the different upside that all copies of the thing are being destroyed. But I don't know that that really helps you that much. Maybe if the opponent's holding another card that's the same, that's great, but you might be holding one of those cards, you know? Seems kind of neutral to me. So, like, this is a very powerful board clear, but it doesn't take care of the death rattles. And it's 9 mana, which is such a tough pill to swallow in terms of mana cost. I think 3.5. I don't know. But you know what? Like, it's a worse Twisting Nether, though. I think 3. Because Twisting Nether is already a kind of hard to use card. And Twisting Nether gets better if you put it in Priest, but this is 9 mana. That makes it so much harder to use. And it basically does the same thing. Interesting. That's it for Priest. Wow, is this worse than Hunter? The Colossal minion's worse, and the Colossal is probably the best thing we have here. Whirlpool is good. Yeah, you're right. And Constructed, this makes a lot of sense because you're trying to mess up people's combos and stuff. This seems like it's good. I'm not crazy about this. This is bad. Fine. Bad. It's gonna be better than Mage. I might call this a 1.5. Stick it here. I don't think it's quite F tier, but we'll give it like a C minus. The worst class easily. You think Mage is better? Maybe. I think I would give Priest the edge because Whirlpool seems pretty powerful. This can be pretty powerful, like a nice board swing. And Whispers of the Deep can also do some interesting stuff. So between these three, I would give it the edge over Mage, but definitely worse than all the other classes. Priest will be saved by Core. Hey there, Mitsuha. What's good? What's good? Rogue. We moving on to Rogue. Fillet Fighter. 1 mana, 3/1. Battlecry, deal 1 damage. Pirate. Common. Okay, so this is what people were talking about when they were saying a 3/1 Elven Archer. I thought maybe they were buffing that card, but they were just talking about this. So this is a 3/1 Elven Archer. And it's a pirate, which is relevant. Great 1-drop. Fantastic 1-drop. Someone plays a 1 mana 2/1, you play Fillet Fighter, and they poop themselves? Yeah, I miss playing Priest too. Yeah, this is fantastic. I love this. Elven Archer already is an eminently pickable card. And of course, 1 health is not great, but a 1 mana 3/1? In my IMO, I kind of like the 3/1 stealth a bit better. Am I crazy? No, I don't think you're crazy. I might like the 3/1 stealth better too. It really depends on the situation. I think they're comparable. I might give this a 3.5. Am I crazy? Am I crazy for that? I think this card rocks, especially in Rogue, where you want to have cheap stuff that impacts the board. Gone fishing. I gotta say it slow to give people a chance to tell me I'm crazy. You never know if anyone will. 1 mana rare spell. Dredge. Combo. Draw a card. Well, and okay. Tracking with extra steps. Yeah, right. Precisely. And I like tracking. I think tracking's good. Tracking, if it were a combo card, now it gets worse. Because now that I think of it, I'd like tracking, but the advantage of tracking is that it gives you information about the rest of your turn. If you have to combo it, that means you need to play a different card first, so you're going to have very little mana with which to play the card that you've dredged. Maybe that's fine. I think it makes it worse than tracking, but the fact that it can dredge makes it better than tracking in some ways. So... Ooh. Yeah, setting up for next turn for sure, for sure. I don't know. 2? Maybe 2.5? It fits in Rogue? Yeah, it fits in Rogue. Reasonable draft pick. Right, it's only better if you put a good card to the bottom, and it depends on if Rogue has cards like that. Also, Rogue can steal cards from other classes, so if there's a decent amount of put stuff on the bottom of your deck cards around, Rogue will get their hands on it. But yeah. It's still mostly gonna be like a slightly worse tracking. Cutlass Courier, 3 mana, 2/5 pirate, common. After your hero attacks, draw a pirate. We've already seen 1 new pirate in this expansion. If you got other pirates in your deck, this is great. If not, it's a 3 mana, 2/5, which is fine. I like it. Maybe not quite enough to push it up to 3 for me, but I'll give it a very strong 2.5 down the middle. Swordfish. I like the perspective on this card. 3 mana, 2/3 weapon, rare. Battlecry Dredge. If it's a pirate, give this weapon and the pirate +2 attack. Huh. Yar matey. I get it, because the pirate, like, uses the swordfish as a sword. That's clever. You think this card's nuts? Maybe D's nuts. I don't think this is nuts at all. I think this is butts. 3 mana 2/3 weapon in Rogue is not good. In Hunter, it would be good. But Rogue, you just have the dagger. You read it wrong. Okay, gotcha. Yeah, fish don't have nuts. That's not really how they reproduce. They reproduce asymptomatically. It's nuts if you get the upside, yeah. But you gotta draft a bunch of pirates, and also, if you're dredging, the best card might not be a pirate, and then you're forced into taking the pirate. And +2 attack on a minion, not as important as health, but getting plus attack on a weapon could help you smork. But there's a lot of ifs there. Ifs, ands, or nuts. Dredging thrice is kind of good, though. I'll give it that. That means you have a little bit of control over your top decks for 3 turns in a row. For that reason, 2.5, maybe a 3. It only dredges once. Oh, it's a battle cry. Okay, no, fuck that. It's a battle cry. Okay. Okay. So definitely not a 3. Maybe not even a 2.5. 1 dredge is okay. Swift Scale Trickster, 4 mana, 2/2 Naga, rare. Battlecry, your next spell this turn costs 0. Prep with extra step. I mean, it's better than prep because it's cost 0, not just a discount, obviously. If you're drafting like Smokescreen, sure. If you got like a Assassinate, fine. Then you've played a 0 mana 2/2, fine. I think this card's butts as well. It's not like Mage where you're playing Amulet or anything like that, right? Unless we get some busted rogue spells, which doesn't look like we will. Say 1. But I might be wrong. Maybe there's better rogue spells than I'm thinking of when I rate it this low. Yeah, I already mentioned Smokescreen, but if Smokescreen is the only thing I can think of, it's not a card you really want to be drafting that much, so... It's great with Smokescreen. Maybe if you've already been forced into one, this, like, makes it more legitimate, I don't know. Azuron Vessel, 5 mana, epic spell. Summon 2/3/3 pirates with stealth. Put a Sunken Vessel at the bottom of your deck. Sunken Vessel, cast when drawn. Summon 2/3/3 pirates with stealth. Cast when drawn is interesting. That means that if you have any thing that looks through your deck and then shuffles your deck, this could be pretty cool, because then it might cast when you draw it. I'm mostly thinking about this card as 5 mana summon 2/3/3 stealths, which is fine. Well, I guess you're right. Yeah, Zygote. Dredging this draws an extra card. Yeah, I guess you're right. Dredging it, but not drawing it. Like playing this spell without the combo. The 1-cost spell, I mean. 5 mana, 2/3/3 pirates with stealth. It's fine. It's fine. Yeah, it's fine. I like the stealth. I like 2 bodies. $2.5, I think. There's another spell coming that would be nuts to cast for 0, but still really niche. Gotcha. Gotcha. I guess this is maybe that spell. It would be nice to cast that for 0 for sure. Oh no, what have I done? Oh, maybe you were talking about that one coming up. Funny, Priest got the cheap cards, Rogue's getting the expensive cards. Bootstrap Sunken. 5 mana 4/4 epic pirate combo. Put an enemy minion on the bottom of your opponent's deck. Okay, so we have Vile Spine Slayer here, right? Vile Spine Slayer with an extra point of attack, and with the added upside that it plays around death rattles. But with the added downside that your opponent can dredge the thing. Or it might screw up their dredge, or not. No, it doesn't really work like that, huh? We're gonna call this basically a Vile Spine, and say that it's gonna be really good, because Vile Spine's still really good. Or 4 seems about right for a Vile Spine these days. If it was no combo, it could be higher. Blood in the water. 6 mana common spell. Deal 3 damage to an enemy. Summon a 5/5 shark with Rush. Nice. Nice. So there actually are some good rogue spells that you might draft in this expansion. So I could see you drafting the 4 mana 2/2 if you pick up a couple of these first. Big if. I like this. Deal 3 damage to an enemy, summon a 5/5 shark with Rush. 6 mana 5/5 Rush, already acceptable. You get an additional 3 damage. I think it's 3.5. I don't think it's necessarily busted or anything. But it can go face, which is cool. Go face and clear something. Put some chip damage in. Clear an 8/8 in a pinch, if you really have to. For 6 mana, it's nice. Krabatoa! 6 mana, 6/5 legendary beast. Colossal +2. Your Krabatoa claws have +2 attack. These are 2 mana, 2/1 rushes. Oh. Equip meaning a weapon? I guess so. So, turn 6. Play Krabatoa. You have 2 4/1 rushes. You send one in. You get a 2/1 weapon. You can use that weapon. Send in the other 4/1 rush. Get another 2/1 weapon. So you have functionally dealt 10 damage and gotten a free dagger. I still like the hunter one better, but this is quite good. Actually, you have a 4/1 weapon. Yeah, 4/1 weapon, because that counts as one of your claws, right? The second weapon would be a 2/1. Would it, though? Why? Your claws have +2 attack. They will both be 4/1s, because it's a permanent effect, right? Until this minion dies. So you're actually dealing 12 damage, and then getting a better dagger. Well, only 1 charge, but you get the idea. 4 of that damage can go face. This is... Ooh, this is very good. This is very good. I'm debating between a 4.5 and 5. I don't think it's as good as the hunter one, but it might be pretty dang close. I think I'm gonna call this a 5. It's really good. I don't know what else to say about it. I don't know what to tell you. Pirate Admiral Hooktusk. 8 mana, 8/8. Legendary pirate. Battlecry: if you've summoned 8 other pirates this game, plunder the enemy. I mean, these look fun, but it's not gonna happen. So we have an 8 mana, 8/8. Awesome. That's like 1.5, right? Maybe a 1. Okay. Rogue is promising. They got this really nice cheap minion here. A little bit of value grabbing, a little bit of tempo, potential. Gone fishing's fine. It's nice movement in this set. I think I generally like it. And this is one of the only cards that is gonna be dead sometimes. Redbeard's gonna pull that off and it'll be glorious. If anyone will, I think Redbeard will. Like, and even the ones that are fine are still, like, I like this card. This is really good. Is this our best set so far? Is this better than Paladin's set? Paladin's got more whiffs. Oh, man. Meh. What do you want? You already cuddled with me. Go have your life. Live your life. I'm tempted to put this in S tier, but there are some things that I think it's A. I think it's not S tier. It's got a great Colossal. The other legendary kind of sucks. Some very good spells, and another Vile Spine Slayer. Maybe at the verge of S. You think it's not better than Pally? I think I give it the edge, but yeah, it's really hard to say. What, it's like 4, this expansion? 4 maybe? Alright, I'm gonna empty the bladder real quick. Just 2 seconds. The 3.5 people who are gonna watch this on YouTube are gonna be real salty when I don't edit out that bathroom break. Ajaran Scroll, Shaman. 1 mana, rare spell. Discover a Fire, Frost, or Nature spell. Put a Sunken Scroll on the bottom of your deck. Add a Fire, Frost, and Nature spell from your class to your hand. Just regardless of the sunk. This is great. Fire, Frost, and Nature spells are great. You absolutely want to have a nice little discover here. Let's say 3.5. That's a nice card right there. Not gonna get you something amazing and applicable every time, but strong 3.5. Scalding Geyser. 1 mana fire spell common. Now this is gonna like make the pool of fire spells a little bit worse, but it's still good. Deal 2 damage, dredge. It's 1 mana, deal 2 damage spell. We talked about how good that is in Hunter. It's not as good in Shaman. Still very valuable. And the dredge is a nice little bonus. I think a 2.5 for this. Average card. A little bit of damage, a little bit of upside. Schooling. A lot of 1 mana spells in this set. 1 mana common spell, add 3 1/1 Piranha Swarmers to your hand. Why are there... Oh, you get different colors, that's nice. Rush after you summon a Piranha Swarmer, game 1 attack. I see. This is kind of a complex one to think about. Not really Zygote, because you don't get the card in your hand. That's a big difference. You still have to spend a draw on getting that card in your hand. Zygote is comparing to Arcane Breath, that last card. So, you know, if this were 1 mana summon 3/1/1 rushes, that'd be very strong. Like, super strong. If it were 1 mana, put 3/1/1s in your hand, that'd be super weak. It's putting 3/1/1 rushes in your hand that buff each other, though. But selectively, it's after you summon a Swarmer, gain +1 attack. So I believe the way this works is if on turn 4, you play this card and then play all 3 Swarmers, you're going to have a 1/1, a 2/1, and a 3/1 rush. This is a better Ram Commander? I don't know if it is. It might not be. I'm not sure. Because it gets you 6 power of rush. Maybe it is better. Ram Commander only gets you 2 power, but it gives you that initial body, which lets you stagger. And if you're only wanting to play 1 rush at a time, this gets way worse. Because then you only have 4 power of rush. And if you play them on 3 separate turns, you have 3 power of rush. So if you play them all at once, 4 mana for 6 power of rush is it's good, but not like super strong or anything. I would call this a 3.5. And I almost value the 6 power more than the 2/2 body. It depends on your situation, because you need 4 mana to get that 6 power. You only need 2 mana to get the 2/2 body. Really hard to say. I'd say situationally, they're both better or worse than each other. But maybe I'm just biased for my friend the Ram Commander. Anchored Totem. 2 mana 0/3 totem, common. After you summon a 1-cost minion, give it +2/+1. Trash. Trash? Oh, I guess it would. Okay. Treasure. -1 points out that this includes summoning other totems, in which case I'll bump it up. Necromancer 1/1s. Okay, yeah. We'll call it 1 then. Rather than 0.5. Piranhas. True. They go together nicely. Bioluminescence. 3 mana epic nature spell. Give your minions spell damage +1. Okay. So don't draft it. All the best art is on all the worst cards. How could you do this? Blizzard shows me that they can make really cool art for their cards. They only do it for 5% of the expansion, and it's all the unplayable ones. Piranha Poacher. 3 mana 2/5. Rare Murloc. At the end of your turn, add a 1/1 Piranha Swarmer to your hand. Oh! That's cool. And then it synergizes with the Piranha John. And if you can keep this alive for a couple turns, they synergize with each other. I like this card. 3 mana 2/5, acceptable stat line. Seeing a lot of 3 mana 2/5s. Very interesting. I'm going to rate this a 3.5 as well. Very high for a 3 mana 2/5, but I really like what this does. And even if it just gives you 1 rush, it's nice. Radiance of Ashara. 3 mana 3/4 legendary elemental. Fire spell damage +2. Your nature spells cost 1 less. After you cast a frost spell, gain 3 armor. They're doing some fun, like, try spell class stuff with Shaman here. And none of these abilities on their own are particularly useful, but all of them together might be not particularly useful. Maybe a little bit better. Can I call it a 3? Because it's like a little bit better than a 3 mana 3/4. Coral Keeper, 5 mana 3/4 rare Naga. Battle Cry. Summon a 3/3 elemental for each spell school you've cast this game. Okay, another one of these understated cards that you need to do stuff to make decent. I'm tired of thinking about these cards, man. I'm just gonna rate it a 1.5 and move on with my life. This plus Geyser deals 4, though. I'm aware of how fire spell damage plus 2 works. I don't know that's gonna be that good. I think it's just, yeah, it looks pretty. Glug the Gulper. Okay, I did see this card. 7 mana 3/5 beast, colossal +3. After a friendly minion dies, gain its original stats. And these tails are all 2/2 taunts. I think this one's cool. So if you can't remove the 7 mana 3/5, you're going to end up with a 9/11. Never forget. Glug the Gulper is an homage to all those lost on that tragic day. Possibly the worst colossal. Really? I feel like I've seen another that was worse. This one might be worse. This one I'm not sure. Not sure about that one either. We'll have to just see how they play, I think. Yeah, I'm kind of digging this one as well. Like, you have to get through 3 different taunts, and then there's a 9/11 staring at you. Never forget. And you might just have hard removal past the taunts, but then you still have 6/6 power to get through, right? Like, if you hard remove this guy, you're hard removing a 3/5, and you still have to get through so much stuff. It makes the 7 mana worth it, even then. And by the way, and it's not just these, it's any friendly minion. Oh man, I think this is really good, actually. And correct me if I'm wrong, but it can be your turn, unlike the secrets. So if you have like a 5/5 on the board, you play this, trade your 5/5 in, you're already buffing Glug. Actually, this is at least a 4.5. At least a 4.5. Debating which the best worst colossal is kind of silly. They're all bonkers. Maybe, although I do feel like there are 2 classes of them so far. Ones that are somewhat better and some ones that are somewhat worse. And within both of those 2 classes, they're all comparable in strength. Is how I've been feeling. Abominable Lieutenant style snowballs. Yeah, this thing's got snowballs. It might even be better than 4.5. We'll see. Wrathspine Enchanter, 7 mana 5/4 Epic Naga. Battlecry, cast a copy of a Fire, Frost, and Nature spell in your hand. A copy is good. Fire, Frost, Nature. Again, if you got the deck for it, but if you don't... I'm tired of reading these cards. It's the same conversation every time. 1.5. 1.5, I guess. Sometimes it'll feel like a 5. Sometimes it'll feel like a 0. I guess not a 0 because it still has stats, but... Okay. Oh, interesting expansion. That one's never going to work? What, this one? Sure it will. You don't need all 3 of these. You just need one of them. Yeah, as -1 says, all you have to have is one. No, you don't need all of the spells. You just need one. You play this and you get a free wind chill. That might even be fine, you know? Play this, freeze an enemy, draw a card. It's not great, but it's functional. If there's one... I guess targets chosen randomly... Like, if you have Hex in your hand, you can Hex yourself, right? So that is pretty shitty. You can... Yeah, okay. Alright, well... If it was target enemies, it'd be different. Maybe this is a 1. Okay, so let's evaluate. Quite good. Nice. Pretty nice. Not so hot. Terrible. Good. Good. Sure. I mean, not that great. Quite good. Quite excellent, actually. And then trash. So on average, I'd say these are good. I think this is going to be a B tier. I think like maybe even like a 3.5 I would rate the Shaman class here. I think better than Demon Hunter. We called Demon Hunter the top end of B, but I do think Shaman might be a little better than it. If you take another look here. It's close. It's close. I'm gonna bump Shaman below Demon Hunter. They're very close. The reason is I think there's more high roll stuff in Demon Hunter, whereas these Shaman cards are more like just kind of solid, you know? Warlock. Rock Bottom. 1 mana, rare spell. Summon a 1/1 Murloc, then Dredge. If it's also a Murloc, summon one more. One mana, 1/1. 1 mana, 1/1. One mana, 1/1 with Dredge mechanic. Then you can tap. Dredge is different in Warlock, so you can immediately tap, right? So let's keep that in mind. You summon a 1/1, discover something from your deck, and tap into it. You've spent 3 mana to discover a card, essentially. And get a 1/1 on board. I mean, you're not going to pick a Murloc. I think it's like a 2. Totally pickable, not that exciting. Chum Bucket. They're really going in on the SpongeBob references for Warlock, I guess. 2 mana epic spell. Give all Murlocs in your hand +1/+1. Murloc Warlock. Repeat for each Murloc you control. God. 0.5 or less. Or less. Or 0. 0 point. How about that? 0 point. You're not gonna draft a Murloc Arena. Maybe if these are amazing. Void Gale, 2 mana, 3/2 Murloc. Rare. Death Rattle, give all Murlocs in your hand +1/+1. 2. We gotta go through these fast. These crap synergy nonsense. This 2. It's a 2 mana, 3/2. Azeron Scavenger, 3 mana, 3/4 common Murloc. Battlecry, put a Sunken Scavenger on the bottom of your deck. That's a 3 mana, 3/4. Give your other Murlocs +1/+1 wherever they are. That's one of the worst Sunkens that I have seen yet. Perhaps the very worst. So this is a 3 mana, 3/4, which we are rating approximately 2. Okay. Sturkess Cultist, 3 mana, 2/3 Naga, common. Battlecry, give your opponent an Abyssal Curse. And this is 2 mana. At the start of each turn, if your turn takes 0 damage, each curse is worse than the last, and you presumably spend 2 mana to get rid of it. I'm confused, though. 2 turns remaining? How the hell does this work? My guess is you play this card, it puts Abyssal Curse in their hand. If they play Abyssal Curse, next turn, it's all over. If they don't play it, they don't take damage, but they get another Abyssal Curse, like a second one? I have no idea how this works. It burns them for 2 turns. So maximum, this will deal 3 damage. Is that what you're saying? I think this card's trash. I don't think that small amount of burn matters that much. And it doesn't even keep scaling. There's like old Hearthstone cards that are better versions of this. Okay, Dan Fuller's trying to explain this card to me, and no, they take 1 damage a turn for 2 or 3 turns if not played. The subsequent curses are 2/2/2, 3/3/3 damage per turn. I think that you tried very hard and did a very good job of putting all those words together in a way that explains this concept, but I still don't understand. How is it that they take 1 damage a turn for 2 or 3 turns if not played if this says take 0 damage? Oh, wait a minute. So I have a new idea for how this might work that's different than what I thought and is different also than maybe what you're saying. You play the cultist, you give them an abyssal curse. It does nothing. It deals no damage to them. Then it disappears after 2 more turns. Then you play Sirikes Cultist a second time with a bounce, or maybe you drafted 2 of them. They get another curse that'll be 1 damage per turn. And then you play, like, right? And then you play another and it'll be 2. This is very bad. Might be worse than 1, actually. Oop, oop, oop. The 0 is just a placeholder variable. Well, that's a very unhelpful, Blizzard. Because, like, I'm having to get that information anecdotally. There's no way I could have invented that was how it was going to work. Whatever. Blizzard. Whatever. 4 mana, 4/4, Blood Scent, Vilefin, Murloc, Rare, Battlecry, Dredge. If it's a Murloc, change its cost to health instead of mana. This is essentially a 4 mana, 4/4 with a slight upside in the form of Dredge. Is Dredge important enough to me to warrant anything more than 2? I think not. I think this is a 2. It's a limitation of dynamic card text that could replace with number of curses played, but that's a lot of text. I don't know if this, if what they showed us here, because it's never gonna be 0 damage, right? If it started with 1 as a base case, and then says each curse is worse than the last, then we will assume that it'll go 1, that it'll go to 2, and then it'll go to 3. But if it starts at 0, you see what I'm saying? It will never be 0, so why would they start it here at 0? I understand the limitation that you're describing in writing the text for the card, but you'd think that they would start with the first possible one and then let you extrapolate from there. Anyway. 4 mana common shadow spell dragged below. Deal 4 damage to a minion. Give your opponent an abyssal curse. Yeah, okay, so it's... Are you sure it starts with 1? How do you know that? Did Celestalon tweet at you? Are you sure? Because I think it might start at 0. Based on what I'm seeing. If there's multiple of these curses, and you're supposed to build it... Like, so why do you think it starts at 1? Insider information? I guess we'll find out soon. I was joking when I asked if you just got tweeted at by Celestalon, but I guess the writing on these cards is so bad that we have to hear from a friend of a friend that some dev tweeted. How it actually works. That's embarrassing. Oh, that's embarrassing. So this is 4 mana, deal 4 damage to a minion. It doesn't even go face. I mean, it clogs up their hand, I guess. You maybe get them to burn a card or something. I'm gonna be generous and say 1.5. Generous and say 1.5. 4 mana, deal 4 damage to a minion can be useful, but it's way too expensive. Zayquil. This is what you're supposed to take if you don't, you know, if you have like a little cold, but you have to operate heavy machinery, you're supposed to take Zayquil. 5 mana, 6/5 legendary. Your Abyssal Curses heal you for the damage they deal. Battlecry, give your opponent an Abyssal Curse. All this stuff is so uninspired. But the stat line is 5 mana, 6/5, so may as well. 3. A little bit above average. Maybe get a little tiny bit of damage in, a little tiny bit of healing. Maybe. Maybe it's a 2.5. I don't know. 5 mana, 6/5, deal 2 to enemy, heal 2. Why 2 though? But if this dies, you're not gonna heal that other, you know? Like if they remove this, you won't get that other point of healing. Minor consideration. Abyssal Wave, 6 mana, epic shadow spell. Deal 4 damage to all minions. Give your opponent an Abyssal Curse. 4 damage to all minions. That's basically Chaos Nova. Warlock has a lot of AoE. That makes this a little bit less useful, but it's still a nice AoE. I'll give it a 3.5 because AoE is very useful. It's a bit expensive, though. Giga Fin, 8 mana, 7/4, Murloc Legendary, Colossal +1, Battlecry, devour all enemy minions, Death Rattle, spit them back out. And the, oh my goodness. The Maw is a 6 mana, 4/7 taunt, Death Rattle, permanently destroy all minions inside Giga Fin. Now, the devour mechanic means that this gets bigger, right? No. No. It's just a word. It's just a word. It can't hurt you. So the Abominable Lieutenant says what? I see. Oh, I see. It says eat. It doesn't say devour. And it even says and gain its stats. Oh, okay. I understand. I understand. This is still insane, though. Yes. Yeah. Mutinous says to add the stats. Yeah. Yep. It's still insane. You need to have the removal, or else you lose your entire board. If you have the removal, you've lost tempo, and you still have to go through this taunt. So even in the best case scenario, you're in a tight spot. I think I will... There we go. I think I will still rate this a 5. (7/4) relatively fragile body, but it's attack statted, and if you can't remove it, They're gonna be wailing on you, and you've lost your whole board, and blah. Alright. Warlock, Warlock, Warlock. What have they done to you? I don't find much use in this, or this, or this, or this, or this, or this, or this. These are fine. 2 of them are legendary. Honestly, 0.5. I really don't think this Abyssal Curse is gonna... I don't think this thing is gonna work at all. And I could be totally wrong about that. But I'm putting Warlock at the bottom of the F tier here. I just don't see it. And maybe there's enough of these that you can start to get some real chip damage in. It just doesn't feel worth it to me. And almost all the cards are based around either that or some dumb Murloc synergy. This is not an expansion for Arena. Poop tier. Poopity tier. Warrior time. Forged in Flame, 2 mana, common, fire spell. Destroy your weapon, then draw cards equal to its attack. Guess I'm wondering if this is a 1? Maybe like a... I mean, you get warrior decks sometimes, depending on the meta, without weapons. So... 1 or 0.5, honestly. 0.5. I don't think this is good. Warrior needs card draw for sure. You kill a fiery war axe, you draw 3 cards for 2 mana. 3 cards for 2 mana is good, but you have to waste a charge to do it. At least 1 charge. I don't like this card at all. I think 0.5 is fair. Guard the city, 2 mana common spell. Gain 3 armor. Summon a 2/3 Naga with taunt. This is a minion that plays around Mirror Entity. It's a 2 mana 2/3 with taunt. You get 3 armor as well. That might be enough to bump it up to a 2.5 for me, barely. Because a classic vanilla 2/3 is a 2. And, so we'll call this a 2.5. Mirror is leaving core. Alright, well, I have trying to think of why this might be useful, so... But if Mirror is gone, I don't know. Obsidian Smith, 2 mana, 3/2 pirate. Rare. Battlecry Dredge. If it's a minion or a weapon, give it +1/+1. I can get behind this. 2 mana, 3/2 acceptable. It's a pirate, which is a useful tag. How does Guard the City play around Mirror? Well, if you don't want to give the opponent the card that you're going to play. I don't know. Alright, I mean, you make a good case. I'm trying to pretend like this card is good. I guess a 2/3 would be a good thing to clear out a Mirror Entity, unless taunt is your concern. Anyway, I can get behind this. You're dredging, which is fine. But you get a +1/+1 out of it, which, especially for a weapon, is quite nice. So I could bump this up to a 3. I like this little minion. The Fires of Zin Ashari. 2 mana fire spell, epic. Replace your deck with minions that cost 5 or more. They cost 5. What? I can't even remotely tell what kind of creature that is. I know it's somebody holding a weapon, but they look like they could be like a merman. They look like they could be some sort of monstrosity. Maybe a dude with spiky hair, or perhaps a ghost with a spooky tail. I have no idea what that is. I don't know where its arm is. And I've got a nice monitor. Maybe... Never mind. Coin this turtle. Looks like a Naga with the trident type thing. Yeah, but you're identifying it by the weapon. I think you're probably right, but if you just looked at the being itself... And is this from any class, I guess? I assume? This could be really nice for top deck wars. You're obviously not really going to want to play it until at least the mid game, but it could be super sweet for end game. Top deck wars. Play this on turn 10. Start to draw 5-cost cards. Play 2 5s in one turn. Because we have no idea what this is going to look like, I'm going to be a little conservative and rate it a 3.5, but this could be a pretty definitive card for a warrior. How to stretch into the late game. Asharan Trident, 3 mana, 3/2 common weapon. Death Rattle, put a Sunken Trident on the bottom of your deck. So what we have here is a Fiery War Axe that puts this after your hero attack, deal 2 damage to all enemy minions. Fine, good. 2.5, I think, right down the middle. From the depths, 3 mana, rare spell. Reduce the cost of the bottom 5 cards in your deck by 3, then dredge. Wait, is RBO not out? I've heard multiple people saying that Raid Boss Anexio is going to be out. It's a bit weird. So after you dredge, you shuffle your deck, right? So it could potentially be useful. But it's so slow. I'm gonna say 1. It might be worse. Ugh, I don't really like this. Lady Ashvane, 5 mana, 5/5 legendary. Battlecry, give all weapons in your hand, deck, and battlefield +1/+1. Doesn't a card like this exist? This is acceptable. I'll call this a 2.5. It's understated, but the ability is useful if you have weapons. Blackscale Brute, 7 mana, 5/6 Naga, rare. Taunt, Battlecry. If you have a weapon equipped, summon a 5/6 Naga with Rush. Ew. Dredge shuffles? That's what I was asking. Don't all look through your deck mechanics shuffle the deck, or do they not do that because Dredge doesn't shuffle? Then it's not a 1, then it's a 0.5 at best. I guess I never knew how that worked, whether every time you look into your deck, it gets shuffled. Because it has to when you do, like, tracking and stuff, right? Or no? Wait, maybe not. Too tired to think about it. I think this is good. 7 mana, 5/6 taunt in a pinch is okay. And if you got a few weapons in your deck, I don't know. 5/6 with Rush is really nice. 2 5/6s for 7 mana. It's not consistent. What? Blizzard's mechanics not being consistent? What? You can get weapons in Warrior in some metas. It's meta dependent. So we'll see. I'm gonna give hope. I'm gonna give hope that this will be good. Because honestly, if you don't get a lot of weapons, it's less than this, but it could be really strong. Hard to rate. Like, so, like, half of the cards in this set are hard to rate for this reason. Because they're strong if they work, and not if they don't. Nelly the Great Thresher, 7 mana, 5/5, legendary beast. Colossal +1 battlecry. Discover 3 pirates to crew Nelly's ship. The ship is 5 mana, 2/6 taunt, death rattle. Add Nelly's pirate crew to your hand. They cost 1. I think I understand. It's like brain teasers, right? Reading the new Hearthstone cards, it's like, brain training. Train your brain. So what we have here is a 7 mana 5/5 that comes with a 2/6 taunt. When that taunt dies, you get 3 1-cost pirates in your hand that you have previously discovered, I believe. This seems kind of average. Average for Colossal, yeah. Because, for 7 mana, 7/11 stats, some of which are taunt, pretty damn good. Getting a ton of value in your hand on top of that, value that can come out fast with tempo, pretty damn good as well. I think I'm going to call this a 4. Maybe even a 4.5, but we'll call it a 4 for now. It won't allow duplicates, so no 3 Mr. Smites. Maybe a 4.5, but... Trench Stalker, 9 mana, 8/9 beast, epic, battlecry, attack 3 different random enemies. So that could be face. So if there's 2 minions, it'll go face. Unless it dies first. Bye-bye. Please take my hand. It's good, right? Big body with initiative. You don't have to play it with stuff on the board. You could just play it, too. It's an 8/9. Interesting stat line. Doesn't die to Troll Centurion. Better Illidari? I think not. Because if the opponent's gone wide, then... And also, you can't control where it goes. They might have a poison on board. I feel that it's not better than Illidari, but I could be wrong. Okay. The last class, someone said that they thought a warrior was getting a really good expansion. I'm more on the fence. More on the fence, because I don't think this is good. This is fine. This is a pretty nice, I guess. Question mark. Maybe this could be really good. We'll find out. This is fine. This is, I think, quite bad. Fine, fine. Fine for a Colossal, but actually probably really good. Okay, so this is an above average. This is above average, I think. I would call this expansion 3.5. There's some real turds in here that bring it down. But generally, I like it here. Let's put it somewhere in B. Versus Shaman and Demon Hunter. Might be better. Squeak, squeak. I'm at work, Simon. Leave me alone. I'm busy. Your dad's busy. Go play catch outside with your friends. Oh, wait. You can't go outside and you don't have friends. Oh, wait, that's not true either. Mr. Bishop's your friend. Yeah, maybe it's the top of the B tier. Neutrals? You think I was just not gonna do them? What do you think of me? You think so little of me that I would skimp out on you like that? Gotta get my tier list right first, you know? So no S tiers, everything but S tier. We almost had an S tier in Rogue and Paladin, but they weren't quite there. And honestly, it makes sense because it's pretty hard to have an S tier expansion based around these crummy mechanics. Sunken, Dredge, Naga, they're like not good for Arena. They're not exciting or interesting or that useful. I think overall Paladin will be S tier. Sure, that's probably true, but beyond the scope of what we're looking at here. But yeah, the Bronze Explorer, crazy. Simon's been on stream like twice already today, so so no. He's had his moment in the spotlight. The only ever S tier or closest to it was Freeze Shaman set last meta. Well, I have no idea if that's true, but something tells me that's not true. There have been so many expansions. There must be at least half a dozen S tier class expansions over the years. Probably a dozen or more, right? Like there's just been so many expansions. There had to have been at least a good chunk of S tiers. Anyway, let's get through these neutrals. Yeah, that Paladin one also in the Freeze Shaman set. Yep, that was another one. Yeah, with Brasswing and Templar Captain. Holy moly. Click Clocker. 1 mana, 1/1, common mech, divine shield, battle cry. Give a random mech in your hand, +1/+1. Oh, so this is why they took Argent Squire out. Because they made Argent Squire into a robot scorpion. Scorpion lobster. Not a scorpion. I like Argent Squire. All rated 2.5. It got a nice little tiny upside. Helmet Hermit. 1 mana, 4/3 beast. Can't attack. Don't draft this for Arena. I think we can agree on that. Pelican Diver. 1 mana, 4/1. Oh, they got Nemo. 1 mana, 4/1 beast. Common. Dormant for 1 turn, and then rush. I could get behind this. So there's a give and a take with this design. I like the design. The good thing about this card is that you can bank mana. So you can end your turn with extra mana, play this card, and it'll come out later for you to use. And you won't have like wasted any momentum. The downside of this is that you're letting the opponent know that it's coming. So you play this card, and then they play around a 4 attack rush. There's some silence shenanigans you might be able to pull off with the Hermit. Yeah, I mean, I was aware that there are some self-silence cards, but I still don't think it's remotely worth it. Can't attack minions were removed from the draft pool. Yeah, that's fine with me. Didn't know that, but that's fine with me. Generally, I like this, though. I like banking the rush. I don't know if it's better than just a rush. I think maybe the down... Because you can't just print a 1 mana 4/1 rush, so they're considering it to be a downside. If they are playing around it, doesn't it mean they're not playing good or as efficient as they normally should, which would be a good thing? If they're a bad player, playing around it means they're not playing good. If they're a good player, then playing around it means sometimes playing into it and sometimes playing around it based on the context. If that makes sense. But But my point stands that we can all agree that giving the opponent information is unequivocally a bad thing because they have more information to make their decisions. That's really the point I'm trying to make. Would you hold your 3-4 and not play anything if this is on the board? I don't know that the question you're asking is pertinent. Because it depends, as Ivanovic says, and the good players will know when to do that and when not to do that. You might play a 2-3 instead of a 3-4 sometimes if you want the 2-3 to get eaten. You might play the 3-4 just to flush the diver out. You might play nothing because you know you have a Demon Hunter hero power or some sort of AoE to clear everything next turn. It's entirely game dependent and player dependent. So playing this against a bad player, they're not going to know how to play around it probably. Playing it against a good player, they will know better how to play around it and they will use that information that you give them against you. But you still are banking mana and rush for the future, which is not anything that they can do about because dormant can't be touched. So I missed deep run. It was only problematic because of Sneeds. Yeah, deep run didn't deserve to die. An unfortunate casualty. Yeah, even Claw Machine out of deep run was totally fine. Oh, I haven't rated this yet. I think 2.5. I'll call it average. 1 mana 4/1 rush is really strong. And it could be better than 2.5. But yeah, let's call it that for now. We talked about this already. I guess it's something you can draft on its own. So if you were to get this in a draft, I think it's a 3. I could see that. If you were to get this in a draft, it's a 1 mana 1/1 rush, which is simply bad. Sir Finley, Sea Guide, 1 mana 1/3 legendary Murloc. Battlecry, swap your hand with the bottom of your deck. So I assume that means if you have 5 cards in hand, you take the bottom 5 cards of your deck. So this is where that warrior card comes in, I guess. It's a 1 mana 1/3. It's got a tag. These are good things. And if this is your only good curve card, just swap with the bottom of your deck on turn 1. That seems fine. If you grab this in the late game and your hand's not that inspiring, it's like a 3. It's interesting, promising. You draw this on 1 and then have to throw away your good curve. Well, in the scenario that I drew out, what I said was if you have this on 1 and the rest of your hand isn't good, then you could swap it to get a better curve. So if the rest of your hand isn't good for curve, then you don't have a good curve that you're throwing away. Then you're not playing your 1-drop on 1. If you are, though, because you don't have a good curve in hand. I don't like having a 1-drop on 1 that I'm not playing. I think it's terrible. But if your curve is that good, then you don't need to play this. And if your curve is that good, then that takes away the bad part of having a 1-drop. Yeah, I guess I see this differently. It can lead to some confusing choices for sure. I just am thinking that if you beef the mulligan, which you do about 40% of the time, 30, then That's a nice little reset button. And it's a nice little late game button if you're looking for something specific or a set of specific things. But maybe 3 is too steep. Maybe 2.5 is fair, since it is just a 1 mana 1/3 and like very situational. Yeah, maybe I know what card you're thinking of. Glide, sort of like Glide, kind of, but Glide's so expensive. This has the advantage that it's really cheap. So, you got 10 mana in the late game, you play this card, you have a whole fresh hand. Like, if you're looking for answers, right? Your opponent plays something that you need to respond to or you lose. Your hand is not helping. You play this card, you still have 9 mana with which to use your new hand. Now, see, Safety Inspector, I feel like I got pretty good with. Safety Inspector was one that a lot of people said was bad, but I think that they're just using it wrong. Because I feel like I got pretty good with Safety Inspector. It definitely was not a top tier pick for me by any means. I'd rather not have it overall. But, I don't know. I feel like that was actually kind of an okay card in disguise. Anyway. Because, if you have Safety Inspector in your hand and you have a 2-drop, then don't play it because you want to play your 2-drop. But if your next card is a 4-drop, then absolutely it's going to totally fix your game, more than likely. But if not, just skip it and play it later whenever you want a little bit of, then you save Safety Inspector to the late game when you're actually looking for value, not tempo, and you just get rid of like a 2 or a 3-drop. I don't know. I think that's kind of a good card too. But playstyles, different playstyles. And I think this is better than Safety Inspector. Not this. This. But you would maybe like a little bit more from it for being a legendary. Vicious Slither Spear, 1 mana, 1/3 Naga. Rare. After you cast a spell, gain +1 attack until your next turn. I don't care about this ability. I think we rate this a 2. Maybe 2.5. Dire Mole most of the time. More Dire Mole than that other Dire Mole we were talking about that we rated at 2.5. 2 mana, 2/3 Amalgam of the Deep, all tags. And Epic. Yeah, okay. Well, that plus coin 3-drop. All right, maybe you could say it's a 2.5 because it gets one nice trade-off then. Maybe. Battlecry, choose a friendly minion, discover a minion of the same minion type. Holy cow. Wait, how does this work if it's tagless? Yeah, it's a nice 1-drop. I changed my mind to 2.5. It's a nice 1-drop, I think. So how does this work, chat? Does it have to have a tag? You can't choose a tagless minion. Okay. I think this is good. Discover is always nice. And it's not, that hard to find a tagged minion of any tag, right? There's so many tags at this point. Even Quillbores and Nagas are tagged. And that's new. If you use it on itself, it will give you a random selection. So, like, if you have 2 of these on the board. Or, like, you have 1 on the board and then you play another one. I like this quite a bit. I'm gonna say 3.5. You'll get this Discover a lot of the time. It'll be a little nice extra value juice. Sticky keys. Murkwater Scribe, 2 mana, 3/2, common Naga. Battlecry, the next spell you play costs 1 less. And it doesn't have to be this turn. This is just a nice little bonus for the future. And it's got a nice tag that works with this expansion very well. This is a strong 2.5, I would say. I don't love the 3-2 stat line, but it's a strong 2.5. It's better than that 1-mana 2-2 mage minion. How, though? Is it because of the tag you think that? Because stat-wise, the mage one's straight up better. Oh, is it because that specifically is the most expensive spell, and this is more flexible because that's any spell you play next? Because that's a fair point. Naval Mine. Yeah, the sorceress. 2 mana 0-2 common mech. Death Rattle, deal 4 damage to the enemy hero. Right, and for the mage it has to be in your hand. Okay, I see. Yeah. Those factors are minor, but they stack up. So you're supposed to stick this in your belly button? I don't think so. 0.5. Not really doing anything for you. Might even be 0. Rainbow Glow Scale. 2 mana, 2-3 Naga, common. Spell damage +1. Spell damage is nice. I'll call this a 2.5 because it's a strong 2 mana, 2-3. Security Automaton. 2 mana, 1-3 mech, common. After you summon a mech, gain +1/+1. Trash stat line 1. You're gonna have a decent amount of mechs in this meta, I suppose, but you have to play this and then summon a mech. I'm sure it can steamroll in like 1 run out of 50. You get enough mechs to steamroll this, but yeah. Kobold Geomancer died for that. Yeah. I guess it'll be nice to have a better version. Come on. Tuskar Trawler. 2 mana, 2-3 Battlecry Dredge. It's a pirate. It's a common. It's got a tag. It's got Dredge. I call it a 2.5. We're in the zone. Crush Claw Enforcer. 3 mana, 3-4 rare Naga. Battlecry. If you cast a spell while holding this, draw a Naga. We're gonna call that a 2.5, ladies and folks. Gonna call that a 2.5. Tougher Fist, 3 mana, 3-4 common pirate. After your hero attacks, deal 1 damage to all enemies. Class dependent. But assuming you have a class where your hero can attack, this is pretty good actually. I think it's at least a 3. Depending on your class, higher in Demon Hunter and much lower in a non-attack class, sure. Yeah, Rogue, quite nice as well. Reef Walker. Gonna refrain from the obvious joke. 3 mana, 3-2 common elemental. Battlecry and Death Rattle. Summon a 1-1 Piranha Swarmer. Even if you don't have a Piranha Swarmer deck, I think this is quite good. I think this is very good, actually. I'm gonna say 3.5. I like this quite a bit. I'm liking the Piranha cards. Because the cool thing is, it's already 4-3 of stats just with the Battlecry. And it's got initiative, because it has Rush, the 1-1. And it's got another thing coming out on the Death Rattle. I think this is quite good. Sea Scout Operator, 3 mana, 2-4 common. Battlecry, if you control a mech, summon 2/2/1 Mecha Fish. Okay, well, 2/2/1s is quite nice, but conditional, so we'll call this a 2, because the stat line's crap if you don't get the ability. Slime Scale Diver, 3 mana, 2-4 Murloc common, dormant for 1 turn, Rush Poisonous. Ho! Again, the dormant gives the opponent warning. I think the dormant has give and take with the other one. With this one, I think it strictly makes it worse. Because you don't want them to know that you're about to poison their shit. But I think Rush Poisonous is just still so strong. And maybe sometimes they don't have something on the board you want to poison, but you do want to threaten them. It's like if you think they're about to play a big minion, you put this down, they're like, no. This might be a 4. I'm going to call this a 4. Yeah, much better than Vile Brood's Skitterer. Did you see Miss Elbow's thread about these cards? No, is it on the Arena Reddit? Maybe I'll find it later. You can post it if you want. Starro! 3 mana, 2/4, Epic Beast, Smothering Starfish, Battlecry, Silence all other minions? Wait a minute. We've seen this before. No, have we? Have we seen a Silence all other? Maybe not. I'm thinking of Flip all other minions. We've seen that, and we've seen Silence all enemy minions. I think this is very good too. You kidding me? I actually think this is great. I'm a big fan of Silence. Being able to silence multiple minions at once without too much stat loss? That seems really promising to me. Get through a bunch of taunts and just kill the opponent? I really think this is good. People have been giving it hate. People have been giving it hate? Really? I'm tempted to give it a 4, but I think more realistically it's a 3.5. How do you not love this card? Not love it. How do you not think this is going to be good? Much better than Ironbeak Owl? Oh, yeah. And, I'll still draft an Owl. But that does so much more, and it's not understated. Well, it is just a little bit. Treasure Guard, 3 mana, 1/5 common, Naga, Taunt, Death Rattle, draw a card. Reminiscent of the Whelp Bonker. 3 mana, 1/5 with draw potential. This is more of a guaranteed draw without the chance of a second draw, but with the additional upside of Taunt. Worst Tar Creeper and Whelp Bonker. Yeah, if they just combined those two. This is a card I think I actually really won't mind to draft. And maybe y'all have different feelings about it, but I'll give it a solid standard 2.5. Bronze Gatekeeper that draws you a card. Yeah, and to me, that's just a big difference. Plus, it's Naga. This may be my least favorite card of the expansion. Really? This card? Interesting. Why? Twin Fin Fin Twin. Very clever. Three mana, 2/1, rare Murloc, rush, Battlecry, summon a copy of this. Is this good? Seems fine. 3 mana, 2/2/1 rushes. Nice way to come back if you're behind a little bit. I think it's good. It's like a proactive, these cards that summon two 2/2/2s for 3 mana. Better with more. I don't know. I think the initiative is really valuable. I'll call it 2.5. Maybe verging on 3 even. I think it's better than y'all are thinking, is my suspicion. Tempted to rate it 3. Ambassador Phelan, 4 mana, 4/5 legendary, Battle Cry, put 3 colossal minions on the bottom of your deck. Yeah, well, there's not a downside to this, so I'm gonna call this a 3. Like, these, you don't know if you're ever gonna be able to dredge necessarily, and I've been talking down on that all review, but there's no downside to this. The stats are perfectly acceptable. Um, so, so go at it. Baba Naga. 4 mana 4/4 Naga. Common. Battle Cry. If you cast a spell while holding this, deal 3 damage. A 2, maybe, to be generous. Treasure Guard just feels weak to me. Yeah, you draw and it's taunt, but something about the one attack is off-putting. It just lacks pizzazz. Interesting. Now, see, I don't mind drafting a... What the heck? Someone just said the name of it. Bronze Gatekeeper. I don't mind drafting a Bronze Gatekeeper in a pinch, because any amount of taunt with decent health is useful to me, even if the attack sucks. I don't want a 1/5 for sure, but I guess I feel differently. Blade Master Okani, 4 mana 2/6 legendary. Battlecry, secretly choose to counter the next minion or spell your opponent plays while this is alive. Right, this card. Yeah, I saw this card. I like it. I think it's fun. You're gonna pick minion most of the time in Arena. Unless you've got to read, like in some cases, if you just really want to counter Rune of the Archmage or something. But you're mostly just gonna use it to counter a minion. And if you're playing from behind, it's not that good, but it forces the opponent to kill it, soft taunt style, before they can play anything. So I will say a 4. Sometimes it's going to feel bad, but even when it feels bad, it's okay stats. Because it has to be alive to trigger. If you're behind, it's bad. Right. And Ivanovic is also right. If you're behind, it is a 4 mana 2/6 taunt. No, it's not taunt. Why do you think it's taunt? It's not taunt. Oh, soft taunt. Yes. 4 mana 2/6 that the opponent has to deal with. Yes. Absolutely. Excavation Specialist, 4 mana 3/6 common. Battlecry Dredge, reduce its cost by 1. It's got an upside. It makes that upside even a little bit spicier. It's got a good stat line. I'll call this a solid 3. Unless they have lethal showing, in which case Stegodon is better. I mean, in that case, To the King is better, but nobody talks favorably about that card. School Teacher, 4 mana 5/4 Naga, Epic, Battlecry at a 1/1. I can't. I'm not. Add that to your hand. Discover a spell that costs 3 or less to teach it. I'm not trying to be a dick, but come on. Anyway. So 4 mana 5/4 is good. Seems like a good card. Despite me not wanting to say it. God damn it. Costs 3 or less. Yeah, it was a joke. It's a pretty good joke, too. It makes the card a lot more playable, to be honest. Well, I think it was an April Fool's joke that is especially funny one because they actually did it. Yeah, this is a good card. 4.5, maybe? Nice stat line. Pretty dang good upside. It's just, I don't know. Am I... Never mind. We're moving past it. Selfish Shellfish. 4 mana, 7/7 beast common. Death Rattle. Your opponent draws 2 cards. Oh, one of these cards, huh? Good art. I like the art. Nice job, Jim Nelson. I mean, we'll give this 1, as it probably deserves. But if you're making an aggro archetype, I will draft this. I will draft this in Aggro Hunter. I'll draft this in a house. I'll draft it with a mouse. I'll draft it, try to smork. I'll draft it like a dork. Like, the extra stats are absolutely not worth giving the opponent 2 cards. But I have played successfully. What a tongue. Thank you. I have successfully played that crummy Reborn card. 3 mana, 5/4 Reborn. Opponent's cards cost 1 less. I've played that successfully. And if you can play that successfully, you can play this successfully. So probably don't draft it, chat, unless you kind of know what you're doing and you're playing an aggressive build. If you kill them before they play those 2 cards, who cares? Right, which is why it's playable in aggro. But there is a lot of hard removal in the game these days, so... The Reborn was much worse than opponent getting 2 extra cards. Right. That's what I'm saying. Azeron Sentinel, 5 mana, 5/6 common. Taunt Death Rattle. Put a Sunken Sentinel on the bottom of your deck. I don't care about this. This is just good. 5 mana, 5/6. Good stat line. Taunt, even better. I'll draft that. I like that. I like that stat line. Gangplank Diver, 5 mana, 6/4 pirate, common, dormant for 1 turn, rush, immune while attacking. Okay, another one of these. So the thing about this is, 5 mana is a lot to spend on something that does nothing the turn that you spend it. But if you got a little bit of time on your hands, what's going to happen is you're going to play this. The opponent is going to... Oh. The opponent is going to start making value trades so that you don't get an amazing hit off on the diver. And then, ideally, they'll be left with multiple smaller things, and you can kill one of them for free. And then you still have a 6/4. This one should just be removed from Arena? You think so? Okay. I think it's very good, but I don't even think it's a 5 out of 5. Like a 4.5? Knowing it's coming doesn't really help with this one. I disagree, and I just explained how in about 100 words. Do you not agree with my explanation of How the opponent can play around it. I think it absolutely does help. If anything, it will help you concede sooner. Save you some time. Yeah, you really think... And there's crowd calling for this to be banned? That's not my first impression of this card. But maybe I'm wrong. It's the immune while attacking that does it? Sure. Okay, your opponent has 2 4/3s on the board. You have nothing else. This wakes up, kills one of them. The other one can kill this. That's an oversimplification, but you've traded 2 for 1, which is very, very good. But bannable? I'll have to play with it. I'll have to play with it and see. You play an 8/8. This can take a chunk out of it, but you need another thing to kill that 8/8. If you can't counter it, it just wins games. That's also true of a Murloc Tiny Fin. If you don't have a response to 0 mana 1/1, it will eventually win the game. I'm being a little cheeky, but there's so many cards in the game now that if you don't immediately counter it, will win the game. That's just kind of the norm. Decks are gonna have 4 to 5 of these, and there's not much you can do. Okay, all right. So if there's a complaint I can get behind here, it's that this is common. This probably shouldn't be common. Harder to counter this though. Harder to counter this than a Murloc Tiny Fin? I don't know. That's basically a free card right there. Maybe you could counter a Murloc Tiny Fin with a hero power. Maybe. Alright, clearly I'm getting a little bored, so let's move on. Gorlock Ravager, 5 mana, 4/3 Murloc common. Battlecry, draw 3 Murlocs. If you can draw 2, this might be worth it, but I don't really like it. 5 mana, 4/4 legendary. Ini Stormcoil. Interesting look. Battlecry, choose a friendly mech. Summon a copy of it with Rush, Wind Fury, and Divine Shield. Another one of those cards that could be game ending, but usually is going to be unplayable. 1.5 in Arena, maybe? Could be better, could be worse. Yeah, just look at that emote. How are you gonna counter that? Come on. Give me a break. Uncounterable. Queen Ashara, 5 mana, 5/5 Naga, legendary. Battlecry, if you've cast 3 spells while holding this, choose an ancient relic. Well, I'm sure those are very fun. Two. Barbaric Sorceress, 6 mana, 3/7, common, Naga, taunt. Battlecry, swap the cost of a random spell in each player's hand. Yeah, I mean, it's playable in Arena. I think it's 5-5 for 5, which is bare minimum. If it was maybe one less stat, it wouldn't be playable. So it's right on the cusp there. I still think it's a 2. Right, it's very difficult to pull that off consistently. Because you essentially need 4 ingredients in your hand around the same time as each other. And you need to, like, not need to use the 5-5, which, if you have 3 spells coming through your hand and that 5-5 that you can't play, what minions are you going to play ever? It's going to lose. Anyway. Huh. I mean, if you draft a bunch of expensive spells, pick this card up, I think it's a good idea. If you draft some expensive and some cheap spells and some in between, maybe it's a little sketchy. But decent stat line for a taunt. Not really desirable. In fact, not really good. I don't know. I'll call this a 2. Some decks, it could be pretty sweet. Mothership 6 mana, 5-4. Rare mech, rush, death rattle. Summon 2 random mechs that cost 3 or less. Oh, this is good. This is very good. Is this like a 4? This is very good. It's a neutral rush that can value trade and has a pretty nice death rattle. It's sticky. 4. Yeah, I like this a whole lot. This is better than the 6-4 Shredder? Well, it comes with initiative, which oftentimes will make it better. They did introduce some crappy low-cost mechs, and if one of the mechs is like a 1-1, I think you can live with that. 7 mana, 5-9, Epic, Naga, Battle Cry. If you've cast 3 spells while holding this, deal 3 damage. What is this? 3 spells, 3 spells, 3 spells. Who drafts 3 spells? In this economy? Yeah, I like that card a whole lot, Ivanovic. The Warlock 6-4 taunt that summons the 3/2s. Deal 3 damage to all enemies. This is usually going to be a 7 mana 5-9, which is an acceptable stat line. We'll call this a generous 2.5. You don't normally want to just draft big bodies like this, though. It might be a 2. The naval bombs. Naga Giant. Cost 1 less for each mana you spend on spells this game. You don't draft this in Arena. In my opinion. This is just like so much worse than other cards like it, even. Close to unplayable. Yeah, I'm gonna straight up call it unplayable, and that's it. That's the last one. You like your unplayable giants, though, Blobby? The clockwork. Well, look, that's not even gonna be in the meta anymore, so we don't have to talk about that. We didn't even have to talk about that. Okay. I don't know. Not much to say about the neutrals. So let's look back at core set stuff with the context of the new cards. And then I'll kind of wrap this up. We'll go pretty fast over these. We're not going to talk about everyone, obviously. So these are the cards that are going to be in the core set now. The neutrals, compared to other sets, is on the lower side. I'd agree with that. There's some nice ones in there, but most of them aren't. Um, my head a little smaller. So this is still in. I was excited for the course set to switch out because I was like, surely they'll get rid of Illidari Inquisitor because that seemed like a weird one for them to put in the first place, but it's still here. God damn it, god damn it, god damn it. Guess we can look at them side by side. I don't know. Yeah, the Metamorphosis is in. I don't really think Demon Hunter is affected that much by the switch out. We got a Naga here. And honestly, isn't this getting buffed? It's gonna be a little better. Probably definitely pickable with all the synergies. Sightless Watcher. This is the one that I was talking about a few times with the Dredge-ish ability. Stuff like this will be pretty nice with Dredge, I guess. Druid. Some choose one cards in here for the last expansions, synergies. These are pretty unimpressive in general. This should be good. Stag Helm. Kind of, but actually not really. Still got Wild Growth. Living Roots will be nice to have around. I like Living Roots a whole lot. King Crush, High Main. King Crush and Hunter Core set's so funny. So Marked Shot coming in is huge. Love the Marked Shot. Houndmaster Shot, your other minions have Rush. That's, yeah, Hunter's maybe getting the best of the new core set switch out. Explosive Freezing Snake. Breeder. Mage is the other really notable one because they're getting Pyroblast and Blizzard back, which is kind of crazy to me. So now Delay Mage into Burn Mage is definitely a thing again, especially with Caligos hanging around. Explosive Runes doing chip damage. Pyromaniac drawing you your burn. Kind of crazy. Blizzard into Snap Freeze, like holy cow. So many tools. Ragnaros, okay, sure. Anything interesting here? This is the big one. This is baffling. I don't approve. And it's getting buffed into a 3/3. Crazy. Morazan. Light Bomb is big coming back in. Draconid Operative will be fine to have around. I like that card. Lyra is an interesting one to put back in. Got to keep our Shadow Word Rune to prepare for the next Raid Boss Onyxia meta, which might be next meta. People seem pretty split on that. Radiant Elemental's nice. Northshire Cleric. As a 1-mana 1/3, pretty good. Assassin's Blade. Blah. Burglar's nice. Burglar's gonna really help, actually. Sinister Strike still. Prep? Ugh, what the heck? Krogwa. Bloodlust is back. That makes Shaman maybe a little bit more dynamic. It also maybe just confuses the archetype again. Totem is back too. Flame Tongue Totem. Very strange. To give those aggro tools back. Drax is still here. Getting Abyssal Enforcer in Warlock. Getting a few demons, losing some other ones. Yeah. Darius Crowley. Yeah, weapons in Warrior, that's going to be pretty important, right? So you got Gorehowl, you got the Fiery War Axe. That's it for core. What do we got here? Still this trash. Still this trash. Mossy Horror coming back is interesting. Maybe annoying. Still confused about this one. These will be nice. These are two pretty nice dragons. Dilute the pool a little bit. With only very good cards rather than game-ending cards. PGH still here, huh? Life Drinker. Nice in an occasional aggro build. Not nice otherwise. Acolyte of Pain, still 3 mana, 1/3, baby. Some real dookie stains still. It makes sense that they would keep this because it's going to be a Murloc meta, supposedly, but... And Pirate meta, so I guess it makes sense. Doomsayer's a fun one to have back in the pool. Is this still here? Can you imagine if Spammy was made a core card? I don't want to imagine Spammy anymore. How do you counter this card? I don't even know. God. This is going to be the one to play around, folks. Okay, I'm done.